Hello, everybody. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Am I sick? No. But my camera here is older, and also I have no real gauge to figure out what my lighting conditions are. Seems like they change every time I come down here, so I'm not entirely sure if I look okay on your screens. I might look like too red. I might look too, like, I don't know, contrasted. I apologize. I've been trying to figure it out, but also the Logitech image settings are really dog shit. Webcams also hate the skin of a ginger. True. True, I'm like trying to get like somewhat natural skin tone and also like convey that my hair is red, and for some reason the camera just can't figure that out. I'm a boomer, so fucking blurry poor dynamic range potato cam is my baseline. You look great. Thank you, spicy diarrhea. Oh god. Getting us off on the right note. Here we go. Hello, Eric McKetton. Hello, Spitsfire. Hello, Catalina Gearbox. Hello, Spicy Diarrhea 62. Hello, Mr. Anderson. Hello, Polydactyl Black Cat. Hello, KBS. Hello, Tipster. Stuck in YouTube chat till you get home. Well, good luck and Godspeed. Lanzetta, hello. Nice to see you again. Hello, Ivory Inferno. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Abyssal Liss. Hello, Snuggle Kitten. Hello, Nerodia. Hello, Gayfesh over in the .gg chat. How you doing? Yeah, we're doing a weekend stream, lovelies. Hey, VCC TV. Oh, I am doing, yeah, like right. I feel like the dog in that like comic right now. I feel like everything around me in this like online space is on fire. Do I use a ring light? I mean, I could show you, but basically there's a light that is ring shaped, but it's not the kind of ring shape that you're thinking of. It's just a circular light. That I can like fine tune, and it might be that I just need to fine tune the light a little bit more. I was trying to get it to match the color of the walls behind me, but eh. Hey, OS Crane, how you doing? Just sat down with dinner. What you eating tonight? Hello, Paladin Lost. Oh, hi, the Silver Jacket Man. We are all horses in the ruins. Yeah, so in case anyone wants me to, like, say my opinion on the discourse, can we all just, like, recognize that that literally any way that I engage in this discourse is, like, a net loss for me? Like, I gain literally nothing by talking about it. Um, let's see here. That being said, like, my God, uh, I think maybe it's easier to judge if you've never been on like a hentai site, as I have, right? And frankly, you have no idea who the people posting on some of those sites are, who the artists are. It is entirely possible for people to come across pictures from sussy artists that they don't know are from sussy artists. That's my 2 cents here, and I don't think anyone finds what I just said very controversial, and that's all I'm really gonna say about it. Hypothetically speaking, you could gain viewers by showing up on popular podcasts and have hate watchers go, "This Jack person seems reasonable." I mean, I probably could, but like I don't want to show up on popular podcasts to talk about this particular drama. Like, I don't think I would gain anything by doing that. Can't escape the drama. I can't either. It's literally all anyone is talking about. And frankly, it's because people think that they don't have any actual, well, one, it's because it's funny, but two, it's also because like people feel so powerless right now, like politically speaking, that this is preferable, because at least over this you feel like you have some kind of agency and like social castigation, you know? But like it doesn't accomplish anything. It really doesn't. And like the social, like the premise of the castigation is basically so minor, in my opinion. Where are we on the Vosh is disgusting versus defensible? I mean, I look, my general opinion is that Vosh is a fairly defensible person. I think he's a he's got his heart in the right place. I don't think like a lot of people are making it out that he like goes on the internet and goes, "I'm going to find lowly porn." I don't think that's what he does. I have no indication from any interaction I've ever had with him that that is the case. And I think people trying to make it out that way are basically just kind of opportunistic buzzards. Oh, I'm sure Shark 300 is getting flack too. Yeah, of course. Literally anyone who tries to be reasonable about it, other than like anyone who's not calling like Vosh like a pedophile, is basically getting shellacked on social media. Vosh does have bad optics, and he would, I think, if you brought that up to him, would agree with you on that. You know. Was it categorized folders of porn? My understanding, I haven't looked at it. My understanding is that it was the folder that everything goes into before it gets categorized. When I was young enough to have a porn folder, it was on the stolen music and porn laptop. I mean, like, the thing is, it would be funny, except that, like, people aren't treating it as haha funny, which I think is what it is. But, yeah. Hillary, yeah, truly Vosh's porn folder is the equivalent of Hillary's emails. Yep. It's true, Gay Fesh. It's true. Like, even if you, like, specifically, like, you know, tell, like, the site, don't show me anything that is tagged as lolly, like, you're still gonna find it. It's disgusting. All this has me pretty bummed out. Same, Ivory Inferno. That's kind of where I'm at. I'd rather talk about literally anything else. Well, what's happening is like a perverse game of telephone where people are like, there were pictures of horses. There were pictures of miners. There were pictures of horses fucking miners. And it's just like that's not what was in there. Dude has a weird fetish. And you know what? That's okay, you know? I've interacted with enough people online as a sex worker to know that there are plenty of people with weird fetishes. And also, I'm familiar enough with the, I think Bad Dragon is still around. Familiar enough with that website to know that, like, y'all are out there buying, like, horsecock dildos, okay? It's not like his thing is the weirdest thing out there. Well, I think Bad Dragon, like, ran into, like, some financial trouble, so, like, the rise of copycats was inevitable when they kind of slowed down. Yeah, exactly, OS Crane. His main crime was that he had an image made by a person who also does lowly stuff, but, like, the image itself, as my understanding is that it was not actually that. So I don't know. This all feels like a really weird nothing burger to then have blow up on one of YouTube's largest shows, basically coming out and calling him a pedophile. Valhalla Vegia, Bad Dragon's sales dropped when people realized they didn't pay their workers well. Well, you know, good on folks for not buying from them then. Buy from the copycats. I know you didn't want to talk about this, but it's refreshing to see someone authentically back him amongst the sea of people who are sharpening daggers per your tweet. I think that was your tweet anyway. It was my tweet. I don't know. Like, I view this as, like, not a big deal, but I know that if I said that on, like, Twitter and it got any amount of traction, people would just be like, "Oh, so you support pedophilia?" And it's like that. I'm not interested in that discourse. I'm not interested in even entertaining that for, like, a fraction of a second. It wastes my time. It wastes my energy. And frankly, what I see in some of these online left spaces are audiences that have been cultivated to waste other people's time and energy as opposed to actually coming together to build something worthwhile. Well, yeah, and that's the thing. Like, H3 isn't, like, this paragon of journalism or anything, but, like, it is pretty weird for them to set aside, like, an entire show to basically call someone a pedophile in a way that is completely unfounded. Like, I'm pretty sure if Vosh, like, took this to court, he could, one, and two, he would win because it's, like, absolutely slanderous. You know? When you on a show watched by millions of people make those kinds of claims, like, that's not silly haha stuff. Like, there's a difference between that. Like, there's a difference between, like, oh man, this dude leaked his porn folder, haha, that's silly, and, like, calling him a pedophile based on, like, all of the already addressed clips that are out there where he's comparing like, child pornography and the creation of it to child slavery. And the point he's making in those clips is that child slavery is bad And we all know that, and yet we buy products created using child slaves. But we have far, far more stigmatization for the child pornography. And both are horrific. You know? The argument there is that we should treat both with the same level of disdain and horror. And yet we don't. And I think that any kind of good faith, you know, even a slightly good faith understanding of that would clear everything up, but people aren't interested in that. To be fair, the point is solid. He fucked up delivering that point. Well, yeah, the point being, like, he should not have used child pornography as, like, a part of that analogy, you know? There are other ways to make that point. No, look at Flash. A man accidentally showed his like porn folder on stream for like a split second, and now the internet is all verklempt about it. Also, like, this could be an opportunity if people didn't have their heads so far up their asses for us to talk about things that actually impact our day-to-day lives and society, like the way our culture fetishizes youth, the way our pornography fetishizes youth. You know, how many of you have seen a porn about, like, oh, it's the stepbro and his stepsister, and the stepsister has pigtails and braces. Almost all of you have stumbled across a video like that at some point. And, like, those are some of the most popular videos on porn sites. That we could be talking about, like, how our culture fetishizes youth and how we could, like, collectively try and change that about ourselves. But it's much easier to make someone a scapegoat. You know? What's up, the cutie? My buddy literally has a Magic the Gathering deck called Help Step Bro, I'm Trapped in the Dryer. Jesus. How do I tell my friends I'm transgender? Well, it depends on your circumstances. To give you, like, a serious answer to that question, like, are they the first people you're coming out to? Are they like, do you have a good support network if it goes badly? You know, first you need to make sure that if you attempt to come out to your friends, you're going to be safe. You know? And if you're not in a place where coming out to them would not, if you're in a place where coming out to them would not be safe, I would say don't do it until you have the things that will make you safe. Your safety is, like, the most important thing, you know? That's what I tell people when they're considering coming out to their family, and that's also what I'll tell people when they're considering coming out to their friends. Like, do you have anyone who might be able to, like, come with you when you come out to your friends? Or, like, at the very least, make sure like people know where you are when that happens, you know? Ooh. Hello. That was weird. Hey, high progressive. I mean, I would say that Loli and CP are pretty close neighbors at the very least, Eddie. But I think that there's a difference between like art that happens to be done by a Loli artist who might not be doing Loli art all the time, and like I don't necessarily hold it against anyone who's like going around on the internet and like doesn't know the backstory of every artist of every piece of art that they see. You know? That's my main point. Yeah, I mean, the big difference being that like one has a honest to God child harmed in the creation of it. But I would say that both still cater to a similar audience. I just thought I would ask someone because I don't know if it is safe or not since they've been rude to me. I mean, basically, yeah, if they're already ostracizing you, you're under no obligation to come out as a trans person to anybody. You know, not people who are your friends, not people who are treating you well, not anybody. You come out on your own terms when you're ready, when you're safe. Okay. Chat. Shut up. All of you shut up. All of you shut up. Okay? We all agree Loli is bad and child pornography are bad. If you want to have like that conversation, you're going to have to go someplace else other than my chat. Go do it on Twitter. I'm not interested in having that or hosting that type of a debate in my community. Go do it elsewhere. We're all like on the same page here that both are bad. You can have a debate elsewhere about like the degree to which they're bad. I don't want lowly philosophy in my chat, please, for fuck's sake. No, Lala the cutie, you didn't do anything wrong. You're doing all right. Hey, Dabrowski. Mr. Umiyagi, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. I'm talking to people in like the Riverboat chat and maybe YouTube chat. I haven't caught up with YouTube chat yet. The fact barely legal 18 videos are so popular implies if age of consent was 16, there would be that would be the age of the girls in the video. Yeah. I mean, like, people don't want to have that conversation. People don't want to have the conversation about, like, the fact that, like, there is an entire group of people who are so obsessed with, like, youth as, like, a sexually attractive thing that, like, the biggest subreddit on Reddit back in the day was called Jailbait. And they were trading child pornography. And the guy who was the head moderator of that subreddit now runs all of Reddit. People don't want to talk about that. I'm genuinely disappointed in the way this discourse has gone. Me too. It could have been just a funny, like, haha, Vosh leaked his porn folder. Which, you know, I'm sure doesn't feel great for Vosh, but, like, I'm sure how it has gone feels much, much worse. Yeah, no, Bakul, the current discourse is all cancer, and I'm trying to give my most succinct statement about it, so we can move on beyond that. Ethan is embarrassing at this point, verging on middle age and acting like a 12-year-old with people nearly half his age. I mean, that's like Ethan's doing what Ethan does. I think that this is particularly like vindictive and weird and kind of out of nowhere, but like maybe not surprising. Do you have any relationship advice for trans people? My partner is trans and is in a bad situation with her job and family. I want to break up with her, but I'm deathly worried she'll harm herself if I do. I'm transsexual as well, so I understand her feelings of not being accepted. Sorry, that's kind of a heavy question. Yeah, no, that is a heavy question. My response would be that if you want to break up with her, you do it. How she reacts to you breaking up is not your responsibility. Like, it might really, really suck for her, but like, ultimately, if you don't want to be with her, like, that's not on you. Yeah, you can't take on the burden of like making someone else happy. You can't take on the burden of like keeping another person completely free of harm. That's just not a possible thing to do in life, you know? It does generally mean that you can't keep being friends. That is true. Sometimes sometimes you can still be friends with people you break up with, but like you also need to respect that like they might not want to be friends with you anymore. And that's completely legitimate. Do you think they're all fake friends because they don't include me in shit? I have without knowing them, I have no idea. I have no idea, cutie. True, after you break up with someone, change the locks. Honestly, it doesn't seem that out of nowhere when you think about it. I have no idea what Vosh said to get himself banned from Twitter the first time. YouTube drama? I mean, kind of. Mostly we're just talking about like insidious, cancerous drama that is currently embroiling the entire online political left. The other part is just like I hate seeing the amount of doomerism in the discourse about like people leveraging online audiences to actually get real world things done. I hate it. I hate when people are like, well, online is online. Online doesn't affect real life. And it's like, yeah, it does. Are you fucking kidding me? Online stuff can make people like kill themselves. It can make people like continue living despite wanting to die. It can be like the lifeline. It can be the thing that radicalizes your entire outlook on life. Like it is the most powerful form of media we currently have. And like, yeah, you're not going to be able to like topple statues directly by like pressing a button online, sure. But you can organize people to do that. You can organize people to get out and vote. You can organize people to go door to door. You can organize people to make calls. You can organize people online to do stuff in real life. That's the entire premise of what we do. And it's so frustrating to see people treat this like it's some sort of just fantasy game. Like somehow we get on Twitch, we get on YouTube, and we start streaming, and it's just like, oh, it doesn't matter. This is all just random bullshit. I'm just jacking y'all off, wasting your time. No. You know, like I don't know how to like talk to some people on the online left, and it's very frustrating because they seem to have this ingrained idea that what they do doesn't matter, doesn't move people, can't be used for good. Like, I have helped mobilize online communities, and I organized this online community to get involved calling and knocking on doors in Wisconsin, in Pennsylvania, all across America during the midterms. You all remember that, right? Like, we had on political candidates. We talked to people. We got people to turn up to volunteer their time. And we made a difference. We literally saved the electoral map of Wisconsin. We got someone into power in Pennsylvania who I know is a gigantic disappointment right now, but even so, he's still probably better than like a snake oil salesman of a doctor who is trying to get in there, who would have been a Republican goon in every possible respect. Yeah, Dr. Oz would not be like pro-Palestine. Okay? Like, everything we have done has had a positive impact and has gotten people prepared for this year. And we're gonna do it again. But it's so frustrating going into this season where people are volunteering their time and effort and like having to battle upstream against this, like, I don't know, it's either like a radical, I'm gonna call it radical lazy bones. Like, this idea that you're doing something radical by like being too cool for school and not getting involved, or you're doing something radical because nothing matters, and so why even bother? Like, these aren't radical positions. These are just laziness. This is just doomerism writ large by content creators themselves. Unfortunately, KBS, these are people I know personally. Like, I know they're not being paid by like Russian propagandists. Yeah, radical apathy. Dr. Oz is definitely not pro-Palestinian. Of course he's not. Let's see. Oh, CN, are you talking about what got Vosh banned from Twitch the first time? Because I know that one. Before I started following a few leftist accounts, I had no clue how much was going on. Found multiple communities that had my way of thinking. It's comforting knowing that numbers are growing. Absolutely. The main thing is, I think you need to like, no, I don't know Dr. Oz personally, Jesus. Like the anti-voting left, exactly. Why is my computer blanking out the fucking desktops? What the hell? Can you guys still see me right now? My computer just fell asleep. What the hell? Yeah? Okay. That's so weird. Both my monitors just shut off. And I was like, what just happened? I think the computer was just like, oh, time to shut off the monitors. Gotcha. Cool. Cool stuff. This is what I get for my like cobbled together secondary computer setup for streaming. Hey Jennifer. I like the messy hair look. Nice. I used a like a salt spray today and kept it up in like a messy bun so I could have some of the waves. I think someone said something to Ethan and Ethan went in for the kill. I mean, I know that there's some speculation that like one of his producers like had all of this teed up already and Ethan just like rolled with it, but you know, I don't really care how it happened. It's just unfortunate that it did. Let's see. Is this something that people should get therapists for? Do I just deal with it? Nikki Kuhn, if you're still here, yeah, I would suggest you get a therapist because it will help you deal with like breaking off that relationship. And it would probably be a good idea to like maybe like suggest a therapist for your soon to be ex. Sounds like she needs it with all she's gone through. Hey Doodleburb, how you doing? Cutest burb in the werb. If you think you might be trans, should you get a therapist? Yeah. I didn't watch the thing. I mean, I didn't watch the thing either. I want to know as little about it as possible because I don't need to know about anyone's like porn habits. I don't need to know that, and I don't care about it. So I know about as much as I need to like be able to say my position and then let it die. You know? I've decided I'm not going to watch the H3 episode. Like that seems like way too much time and effort for this discourse, or than this discourse deserves. Honestly, I don't know what's happening. I want to stay out of it. Been watching nail art vids. Doodleburb, that as somebody who knows enough to know what's happening, I would encourage you continue being ignorant of it and live your best life. Okay. Oh, it was Dan. That makes sense. Hey, Lefty McLefterson. Oh, Dan the producer admitted it? Gotcha. I mean, yeah, Ethan, the thing is, Ethan could have handled it better, but he didn't. And we live in a world where he didn't, and that's not going to change. Yeah, Astral Storm, exactly. Going undoomer is best done by actually organizing at the lowest level or doing actual good works. Yeah, which is why I've been talking about how like different counties or like cities have been able to pass things like UBI, have been able to pass things like free public transit, have been able to pass things like district-wide like free school lunch programs. Like these are things that you could get to work doing in your community if you just organize together. And it doesn't even need to be like in your community. You need to organize all the people to do it. You can organize people from outside the community to come in and help your community too, to help you advocate within your own community. So like that's, you guys have the ability to do that. You have power, you have agency. Hello, Lala the cutie. I was scared to even mention it to people before sitting down with a therapist and opening up regularly. Yeah, I wound up going to therapy because one of my friends took his own life, and so I started going to therapy for that because I was having a really hard time, and that was like his death was kind of a catalyst for me to realize that if I didn't do anything, I would wind up exactly like him. So over the course of doing therapy, realized like if I kept not talking about these trans feelings, that I was likely going to do the same thing he did, you know? So, yeah, I think therapy is a very wise choice if any of y'all are trans. If your friends are purposely excluding you, it doesn't sound like they're really your friends. So that's my main takeaway from that. Let's see. Don't watch it. It will make you so mad. Okay. Jack, did you see this? Pakistan's ex-PM Imran Khan is in jail, but his party got majority in this week's election. So he did an AI-generated victory speech, voice and all. This is so weird.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम या कनाबदो व या कनस्ताइन। मेरे पाकिस्तानियों, आपने कल वोट देकर अपनी हकीकी आज़ादी की बुनियाद रख दी है। मैं आप सबको इलेक्शन 2024 जीतने पर मुबारकबाद देता हूं। मुझे आप सब पर पूरा भरोसा था कि आप वोट देने निकलेंगे। आपने मेरे भरोसे का मान रखा और आपके मैसिव टर्नआउट ने सबको हैरान कर दिया है। लंदन प्लान फेल हो चुका है।
Yeah, I know that something has been going on in Pakistan, but I'm not familiar with the specifics, so I haven't talked a lot about it. But this is pretty wild. Like AI voice press release. This is crazy.
आपके वोट की वजह से नवाज शरीफ एक कम ज़र्फ इंसान है जिसने ऑफिशियल नताइज के मुताबिक 30 सीट्स पीछे होते हुए भी विक्ट्री स्पीच कर दी है। कोई पाकिस्तानी उसे नहीं मानेगा और इंटरनेशनल मीडिया भी उस बेवकूफ़ी पर लिख रहा है। इंडिपेंडेंट ज़राया के मुताबिक 150 नेशनल असेंबली की सीट्स पर हम जीत रहे थे धांधली शुरू होने से पहले, और इस वक्त हम 170 से ज़्यादा नेशनल असेंबली की सीट्स पर जीत रहे हैं फॉर्म 45 के डेटा के मुताबिक। मेरे पाकिस्तानियों, आप सब ने तारीख रकम कर दी है। मुझे आप पर बहुत
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people speak well of joining groups like DSA. And I know GamerG organizes for DSA. And like it's a really rewarding thing to like organize people and actually accomplish like local goals. Do I know what they're saying? I have no idea what they're saying. But this is weird and neat, and I probably need to look more into the political situation in Pakistan. It seems like gibberish to me. Well, that's because he's not speaking English. that would probably do it. That would probably be the biggest aspect. Hate how much focus is on the White House when the down ballot races are even more important. White House is important too. Yeah, I mean, like, I think making sure we don't have a fascist in the White House is probably a number one priority for me. But like, yeah, the down ballot stuff is earth-shatteringly important as well. I think people get caught up in the only thing to do is direct action, which leaves out disabled peeps, parents, and wage slave workers. Well, I mean, I think you can still do direct action even if you have a disability or have kids or are a wage slave. Like, it's certainly harder to do direct action, right? But that doesn't mean it's not good to like make time to do it or figure out a way you can do it, even if it's not necessarily on the front lines of a protest, you know? Well, they weren't trying to claim that this was him giving that speech, Cutie. It was like he's the guy who made that is in prison. Like he couldn't get on camera to release that speech, so he authorized an AI generated like speech. Yeah, exactly, Bakal. Like, I don't understand, like, the polarization between direct action and voting. Like, you can do both. I would even argue that voting is a direct action. It's just singular. It's just one direct action. You should be doing way, way more. What? They aren't trying to fake anything. People know that that's AI. It's not an attempt to fool people. The guy who made that is imprisoned in Pakistan, right? Like, he's in jail. He can't go out in front of a camera to give that speech. So he authorized, like, his political party to put together an AI one on his behalf. He probably wrote out the speech himself. I'm sorry for your male friend. I was filled with self-hatred before hormones and therapy. I mean, my friend didn't kill himself because of, like, he was secretly trans or something like that. That wasn't what drove him to it. But it was I saw enough parallels between his circumstances and mine. How far back should I go to get context on that last bit? The only context there is 10-letter name. Vosh leaked his porn folder and everyone's being fucking bizarre about it. Guys, it says in the upper left-hand corner, 4th authorized AI voice of Imran Khan. This video is being posted by Imran Khan. I love you all. I love you guys. Yeah, Pakistan is messy. That's why I haven't talked about it yet, because I feel like I don't have the grounding to talk about it. The polls were a bit rigged, but not for him. Boy Meets Minnie, you're such a cool cat. Thanks for being here. Always love seeing you in chat. Yeah, no, Amber Brains, I wasn't saying you weren't saying that. I was just saying, like, I was expounding on the idea of your first couple sentences. Please, chat. I'm just taking it all in from a distance. Yeah, that's the best way to do it, young Black Econ. Bakel, the people are trying to make it seem like throw this man in prison. It's not that bad. Weirdly, people aren't making a bigger deal about the fact that he had, like, AI generated images of horses, but, like, when dude's talking about how he has a weird thing for, like, you know, wanting to have, like, a horse-sized dick, he like, that's genuinely his thing, you know? Identify as she, her. You can use she, her pronouns. I thought that was a joke. No. He genuinely has, like, a thing for, like, having a huge dick. That's
one shot, one kill, quick, clean, efficient. BWA Strike Force.
Paladin Lost, thanks for gifting a sub to Avalon of Babylon, and Snuggle Kitten, thank you for getting a tier 1 sub as well. I appreciate the both of you. Yeah, no. It's true. He's very upfront about it. You know, it's the kind of thing where, like, people will buy, like, the horse dildos from, like, Bad Dragon. He's just into that idea, you know? People aren't being weird about that, which I think is, like, the weirdest thing about it, but, like, they're being weird because, like, one of the pieces of art in the folder was, like, I get, like, they back traced it, and I guess that the artist, like, also does lolicon stuff, and, like, that's pretty fucking gross, but I also find it very plausible that he had no idea who the artist of that piece was, because that's frankly, like, you go on a hentai site, you know nothing about the artists posting on there unless you do a deep dive into like their record, you know? So, yeah. It also didn't, from my understanding, I haven't looked at the porn folder, have no interest in looking at the porn folder. It doesn't look like loli. That's my understanding. Again, haven't looked at it. But now people, how did it get leaked anyway? He accidentally showed it on stream. That's the funny part about it. I wish people could be funny about it. There's so much to guffaw about there. Who saves their porn? Weirdos. Look, it's fine. We could be having a guffaw about it. Like, rip the naysayers. Oh, BCCTV. Yeah, honestly, like, I feel like I'm older than Vosh, right? Like, I'm older than him by a few years. I thought it was kind of like my specific like time period that I was in, where it was like a little bit more common for like millennials to like have like a porn folder. But like I guess he, like, some people keep the old ways alive. Vosh is under 30? Yeah, he's like 28 or something. I'm 32 for the record. I'm basically dead. If I was living in Logan's Run, I'd be kicked right out on the street. I thought Jack was like 26. No, I'm old as shit. HRT is just magic. I feel robbed of not having started streaming in like my early 20s as a hot lady. I wish I had started in my early 20s as a hot lady. I could have built an empire. Now I'll still build an empire. It'll just take me longer. Hey, Allium. Oh god, okay, look, I was making like a slightly self-degradatory joke, okay? You guys please don't start having midlife crises on my account, okay? You still can? Bigger than Hassan, baby? Yeah, we're gonna have honestly, I think we can do it. We've been growing fast. We'll be bigger than Hassan, baby. You beautiful. Thanks, Drago. I try and do my best. Project Dirigible is still a go. Yeah, we're eventually gonna get so rich that I'm not gonna buy a house. I'm gonna buy like a floating blimp house. Okay? Socialism is when I get a blimp house. Classic Daddy, thank you for
Gotta
using your
use that Prime sub while it's still an option.
Appreciate it. Give me that sweet, sweet Bezos dollars. Well, honestly, Vosh has a beard, and beards make people look a lot older. I looked a lot older when I had a beard, too. You could get away with 25? It's these big old titties. They help. They distract you all from my slowly encroaching wrinkles. Does chat get to live in the blimp house? No.
The BWA strike force has not yet completed their mission. A shot rings out. Double kill.
Double kill. Thank you for gifting a sub to High Progressive Paladin. Paladin lost, single-handedly taking on the task of eradicating the white name Scourge from chat. Blimp House Jack. No, the Blimp House isn't real. I saw a video like a while ago about how like people can take like blimp rides over Antarctica, and I thought that seemed really cool. No, the real dream is mainstreaming Ekranoplan's, okay? Autonomous Ekranoplan transport, all right? We're gonna build up enough wealth to retrofit all of the ports on Earth. And then we're gonna build a fleet of Ekranoplans, okay? Is there lore behind my name? I don't know what that is. Oh man, Ekranoplans are the coolest shit. We'll talk about it after I answer Brianna's question. Basically, the lore behind Riverboat Jack is that that's an actual nickname that people called me in real life. I worked as a Bible camp counselor many years ago, before I transitioned, and one day we were going around introducing ourselves to the people who ran the Bible camp, you know, and like it got to me, and I was like, "Oh, my name's Jack," and oh, here we go.
BWA triple kill, killing spree, overkill, killing frenzy.
Paladin, thank you for gifting Allium a sub. I appreciate it. And it got to me, and I was like, "Well, hello, my name's Jack." And then, like, one of the people on this council that controlled the camp, was like, "Oh, Jack," you know, just kind of this older guy. "We were gonna name our son Jack, but then, oh, my old aunt, she told me, don't you call him Riverboat Jack. Everyone will think of Riverboat Jack the gambler." And like the room just went dead quiet, like that. We all just kind of like looked at each other and then moved on. and later we were like, who the hell is Riverboat Jack? Like, of course, like we got on Google and we are like trying to Google Riverboat Jack. There's no results for Riverboat Jack. And so for the rest of the summer, the other counselors and camp staff would periodically call me Riverboat or Riverboat Jack. And like there were a couple nights where they like, you know, a couple of the other counselors would just be kind of like playing with their guitars, like making up ad-libbed songs about Riverboat Jack, she'll take all your money, you know, like stuff like that. Yeah, just it's organic. It's an actual nickname I had. I aspire to pass as well as you. Well, thank you, Knuckles the Enchilada. I appreciate that.
Killtacular. Squad eliminated. Good work, BWA Ghost Squad. Move to EXFIL.
Thank you very much, Paladin. Thanks for gifting Lefty McLefter to send a sub, single-handedly keeping the White Scourge at bay. Must be good skincare, too. That is true. I do put in time to like take care of my skin, and I notice that when I don't take care of my skin, it gets really angry. Like it gets like dry looking. It's gross. If you don't do skincare, start doing skincare. It makes a difference. You will look and feel a lot better. Okay? Promise. I made that username when I was 14. That's okay. I'm not judging you. I still have an AOL email. Okay. So Ekronoplans. All right. So if you don't know what an Ekranoplan is, basically what you need to know is that airplanes are weird and we don't entirely know exactly what makes them work.
Providing fire support, K Comrade.
Boy Meets Mini, thank you for gifting Distron a sub. Let's go! Okay, so basically, when you're trying to land a plane, like the plane goes down, obviously, but then something weird happens when you get close to the ground. It starts to feel like the plane is fighting you, okay? And this is a result of something that is called the ground effect. And there's an entire subclass of vehicles that operate using the ground effect specifically. And Ekranoplans are one of those. So basically what winds up happening is that there is kind of an air cushion underneath the wings that holds up the plane and makes it harder for the plane to land. And so some engineers were like, what if we made vehicles that used that and essentially glide on top of this ground effect, right? And it has been like a holy grail for a very, very long time to get like a really good ground effect vehicle, because basically during the Cold War, like both like the United States and the Soviet Union were like designing competing ground effect vehicles. Because the idea is basically you can have something travel at the speed of an airplane for a fraction of like the energy. It's kind of like a airplane hovercraft boat thing. And they're amazing. But the coolest part about them is that they get more efficient the bigger you build them. So basically, they work better the larger they are. And the idea here is that if you wanted to make like an efficient Ekranoplan, it would have to be colossally huge. Because the bigger your aircraft, right? The bigger your Ekranoplan, the higher it can exist while in the ground effect. So you want to have like enough of a ground effect buffer for it to like safely travel long distance across the ocean, right? For example, if you are interested in using that as like an alternative to cargo containing ships, right? And it's so cool. Here, we'll just show like a brief. Can we get video here? Yeah. Here's just like a small example from like the existing test footage we still have of the largest Soviet Ekranoplan ever built, which I believe is to date like one of the largest aircrafts ever made.
This Soviet creation has been dubbed the Caspian Sea Monster. Its designers believe the Ekranoplan, a low-flying ground effect craft, could ultimately replace
So like you'll notice like at the front, it has like this huge battery of engines. And at the back, like on the wings, it has like a couple more. But basically all of these engines fire to get it like off the ground or like off the water. And then once it's safely in ground effect, they can shut off all of those engines, except for like 2 of them. And then it just goes at hundreds of miles per hour.
Cargo ships and ferries.
I mean, there we go. Really, we just want the footage. They're so cool. But the idea being you would build something even larger than this. You'd build something much, much larger, and then have these vehicles replace our cargo shipping, which is so like that's my dream. Like the efficiency of ocean-borne cargo, but at the speed of an airplane, at a fraction of the gas, a fraction of the fuel, you know? It's possible. Can I just one more thing? Yeah. There were plans to like create essentially hybrid cargo containers and cruise ships as Ekranoplan's. This obviously never like took off, but like we could be living in an alternate future where like these things are zipping around on the ocean. This is so cool, dude. This would be amazing. So yeah, I mean, another one of the big like real world issues is that these things would not fit in our current port infrastructure. But I think if we had a forward-facing entrepreneurial type with billions, if not trillions of dollars at their disposal, we might be able to get this off the ground. The other aspect that like really wasn't ready to launch in the 90s, to my understanding, is the fact that piloting Ekranoplan's in the ground effect is very, very difficult. And it basically requires like pilots to be on their toes nonstop from the beginning of the flight to the end of the flight. However, a lot of that could be alleviated today using like AI assisted like navigation. You know, I think you could kind of have like the autopilot we use in traditional aircraft, passenger aircraft, combined with like better AI specifically calibrated to like ground effect conditions. And I think that that could alleviate a lot of the problems there. So yeah, I think a lot of this is really cool, okay? Yeah, the main thing is they aren't like agile craft. They're basically good at flying relatively straight. The main thing is you would want to build it large enough so that it could be high enough in the ground effect to be able to avoid like gigantic sea waves, as well as maneuver a little bit better. So there are definitely problems, but I think with our modern 21st century thinking, we could overcome those issues. Yeah, exactly, Terra Story. I think that we could build more efficient ones. It just is a matter of like designing them better, because I definitely agree. The reason that they were abandoned was because they were not very efficient or practical during the Cold War. I think that you can do it now. I think we could do it if we wanted to. It would take massive investment. The Ekranoplan would make a badass capital ship. Yeah, no kidding, right? Like just load that bad boy up with like lasers. You basically have like a real life helicarrier from like Marvel. Yeah. What if there was a big wave? Well, I think you would have to have like some sort of contingency for that. They don't do well in very choppy water. But again, usually what we're looking at when we're talking about choppy water is like could be alleviated by just building bigger. I mean, I agree, Terra Story. Just let me have like the alternate history where we like transport stuff around the world with Ekranoplan's. I think they're cool. I'm still in favor of large blimps. Large blimps are also very cool. Maybe you could maybe we could like create a way that like seals up the front of the Ekranoplan so it just goes straight through. Just goes straight through a big wave. That'd be pretty cool. The contingency is God. Yeah, let's bring back Zeppelins. I think Zeppelins are great. I honestly I love blimps. I think they're cool as hell. Hell, at a certain point, why even bother with transporting things at all? Just build massive railguns and shoot cargo canisters across the planet. Let's go. Let's just have like horrifically inefficient technology. Let's go. 15-minute railguns, yeah. Oh, you need to get to work fast? Hop into your family railgun. Hyperion moonshot cannons when? Who knows? Like Satisfactory this shit? Yeah, exactly. You got this. It works for my RimWorld games. I just want space elevators? Me too. We're always so close to space elevators, and yet so far. Did I see that Peter Jackson movie about the cities driving around eating each other? I know it's a whole book thing. Why, did I see Peter Jackson's groundbreaking masterpiece, Mortal Engines? Why, yes, I did. That movie is so dumb and so cool at the same time. It's so dumb and so cool, and I hate it, love it. In a good way or a bad way? Honestly, it really varies from person to person. Some people like it, some people hate it, some people are just like, this is dumb fun. I'm in the dumb fun category. It's okay, just I'm not gonna play the full clip. Actually, let's watch the trailer, the official trailer. We're doing we're doing it, fam. We are about to watch a trailer for a movie that came out 6 years ago. Let's go. I'm giving you the cutting edge of React content right now. Okay? Here we go. So like Transformers? Kind of.
What is that? That is London.
60 minutes is all it took to bring humanity to the very brink of extinction. Mankind mobilized. A new age arose. The age of the great predator cities.
It's so silly.
Survival of the fastest.
It's so silly.
Hey, watch out! Valentine. This is for my mother. Stop her! Ask him why he murdered my mother.
People train.
2 pies prize. Thanks for the $5 dono.
stop until I'm dead.
Unless you kill her first.
I want them found!
I do like lesbian Han Solo, though.
I've been looking for you for a long time. Your mother, she said she had found something dangerous. She was
Lesbian
afraid of
Han Solo
Valentine,
is really
of
cool.
what he might do.
The man who controls this, controls the world.
She said that you could stop him.
This weapon can wipe out the largest city in the blink of an eye.
Not if we shut it down.
Nothing can stand in the face of this.
We have to stop London before it destroys us. You sure you want to do this? Once we go in, there's no going back.
I have to.
It's such an on-the-nose, like, allegory for, like, colonialism. It's insane how on-the-nose it is. But, man, there are so many fun little parts about it. The narrative is also slop, but, like, I love so many pieces of it, it's hard for me to dislike it. Yeah, also, did I mention that it has lesbian Han Solo? And that's pretty cool. Looks like armored core for bedwetters. Yep. Steampunk Bioshock Infinite, kinda, but not as cool. It's not colonialism, it's municipal Darwinism. Funny. What movie is this again? The Mortal Engines. Transvestigating Han Solo? No, it's just lesbian Han Solo. It felt like the Adventures of Baron Munchausen. It could have had a chance. Time Bandits is great. Honestly, that actress like deserved so much better. Like she should have been able to springboard off of Mortal Engines to be in a lot more things. Jack, do you reckon the Netflix Last Airbender reboot will be good? I honestly have no idea and no investment in whether it's good or not. I know that like some people are anxious about like the stuff that's been put out about like focusing on Aang's journey. So I have no idea. Sorry. This is where 15-minute cities will lead us. Dope, I'm in. I wasn't sold on 15-minute cities before. Now I am. Aang? I don't know how you say his name. I haven't watched it before. All I keep hearing is Sokka will be less sexist. Yeah, apparently that will ruin it. Again, having not seen the original Avatar, The Last Airbender, I don't understand that, but okay. It's pronounced Jif. Is this masterpiece available on streaming? I honestly have no idea. I think I had to like rent a physical disc of it from Netflix back in the day. Wait, Jack said this came out 6 years ago. Google says it just came out in 2018. Yeah. Yeah. Made garlic parmesan steak fries, but the sauce is ridiculously powerful. It's delicious, but holy shit, garlic and umami. That sounds amazing. I haven't seen it. I'm sorry. I don't got a whole lot of time to just sit and watch things. Also, chat, we've been going for about an hour and a half now. Please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the YouTube stream, and consider dropping some subs or donos, because those are what allow me to continue making content for all you fine, beautiful, voluptuous people. Beep boop boop boop. Can't be ong, because they pronounce it ang in the cartoon. Okay. Thing about Sokka from Avatar is that he evolves over time. Oh, you mean like he changes over time as characters do? Cool. No, it's ong now. Deal with it. Okay. Not ong. I'm not invested enough in this to care. Oh damn, Terra story! You're about people are gonna want to fist fight you over that. I didn't have cable growing up, so like I didn't have access to even the ability to watch Avatar until I was like in college, and then like when I was in college, like I watched anime. Hey, Griffiths. I know that I do know enough about the show to know about the cabbages. Oh, you were in a fundy house? I mean, yeah, I was also in a fundamentalist Christian house, but like it's not like I was forbidden from watching like anime or anything. We just didn't have cable. We had, whatever else was on TV. My parents were very much of the we're very much of the why pay for cable when you can just watch TV for free persuasion. So yeah. Local access? I mean, not local access, but like we had like NBC, ABC, the non-cable channels. Living that 4 kids life? Yep, exactly. Yes, the network television. Damn. Avatar: The Last Airbender has 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. That's crazy. Hey, Ran the Fool. Okay. Folks, I need to use the bathroom. So I will be back in a few minutes. And when I get back, we'll cover something. I have no idea what we'll cover. We might cover a few brain rot things just for funsies. Or we might just like continue chatting and play like Death Stranding. There we go. Yeah. We will get back to doing Gordos, but we'll get back to doing Gordos next week. Yeah, One Hand Wonder when we finish watching the not Rogue One, Andor. We only have like 2 episodes of it left. We'll watch Over the Garden Wall. Over on the Discord, ! Discord if you'd like to join. All right, I'll be right back. And while I'm gone, consider supporting stream again with your follows, your subscriptions, your likes, and consider dropping some subs or donos because we need all the oil we can get. Precious, precious oil. Let's go. BRB. Hello, everybody. Yeah, my poor partner had a piece of birthday cake earlier this evening, and she has a titanium allergy, and that is unfortunate when a lot of things that are colored white have titanium dioxide in them. So she's got a big tummy ache, and I was making sure she was doing okay. Like the white on Skittles. Titanium dioxide is on like so many things. All right. Well, I'm back. Nice to see that. See. We are this is I don't get how Twitch handles it. I feel like Twitch unfollows people who have hit the follow button. It's very frustrating. And yeah, consider dropping some subs or donos. Let's go. Andor is probably my favorite show of the past 10 years. Can't say enough good things about it. Need to watch it again soon. It's so good. It's nice to see like Star Wars actually like rooted in the working class. Kind of like how it was like initially designed to be, and then just never really managed to make it there in the movies. Yeah, GamerG, I swear that we've hit like 10K on Twitch like several times over, but like it hasn't. We're still stuck at 9,870-ish follows, despite like every time I stream, like 10 people hitting the follow button. Charlie, thank you for gifting a membership over on YouTube. I appreciate it, and I appreciate you. Thank you so goddamn much. Thank you for having the BWA spirit, my friend. OS Crane, I have now watched every episode of season 1, which is what allows me to watch it all with you guys. It's so good. The final episode of Andor makes my heart sing. You know, the final the final episode of Andor season 1. My God, has a real like, do you hear the people sing energy to it. Have I watched Blue-Eyed Samurai? I have not. I've heard good things about it though. Let's see. There's a season 2. Yeah, Griffiths. They're making a season 2. Should be coming out later this year, I think. The line "Fight the Empire," they originally wanted it to be "Fuck the Empire." You can't say "fuck" in Star Wars. They clearly say "fuck" in Star Wars. But whatever. Well, but think of all the children. Yeah, all the children who are going to be watching Andor. Narodia Fasciata, thank you very much for subscribing with Prime over on Twitch. I appreciate it. And remember, any of you who subscribe to Amazon Prime can give me free Amazon money every month with your Prime subscription. Yeah, honestly, like the idea that it is a leftist show, like, finally sold me on the premise. But like a lot of people initially weren't talking about that angle, which is crazy. Or maybe I just wasn't paying attention to Star Wars stuff. That is also very, very possible. Saying fucking Star Wars universe makes you lose the ability to use the Force for life, so they don't say it. Makes sense. Blade Runner 2049? I liked it. I still feel like Blade Runner 2049 has like a weird pretentiousness to it. The same way all of Blade Runner has had pretentiousness to it, but like it's still good. I just wish it would get the stick out its ass. Maybe they didn't want to listen to people crying about it. True. Did you see our fucking pronouns, friends? Unhinged Indiana Jones? No, I did not. They do say fucking Spaceballs. This is very true. Speaking of working class victory and solidarity, let's just take a real quick look at this. I find it wonderful. We are seeing like a union renaissance across America, and I think it's a beautiful, beautiful thing. Just today, the fast food workers of California are beginning the process of unionizing, and that is incredible. Let's take a look at their announcement. If we can.
Administrador o un CEO de la compañía McDonald's esté generando $10,000 por hora cuando en 30 años mi persona ha estado ganando un salario mínimo.
The system was built this way.
The rules of the system were written to ensure that the rich get rich and the poor get poor.
Las reglas fueron escritas para oprimir al trabajador como nosotros.
Esta es nuestra realidad. La Constitución nos dio el derecho a organizarnos, pero cuando en 1935, después de que los trabajadores de todo Estados Unidos encabezaran oleadas de huelgas, obligaran a sistemas a ceder, a redactarnos, no vas a existir los sindicatos en Estados Unidos.
I have to say, like, the fact that like that lady is wearing like a Fight for 15 shirt when like $15 an hour is not nearly good enough. $15 an hour was what we needed, 15 years ago. What we need now is like a $30 minimum wage, and that's not an exaggeration. Like that's like what it would take bare minimum to like be able to afford like a studio apartment. My God. I remember when I first started my channel, I did like streams about like the need for a $30 minimum wage. And like people were like, that's crazy, that's insane. And that was just like 3 years ago, 4 years ago. And it's just like, no, that's the reality. My entire argument was like, by the time we actually get a minimum wage increase to 15, we're going to need a $30 minimum wage. So why not fight for $30 now? Fight for $30 now, and then by the time we make our victory, that will be what we need.
The rules were written to exclude Black, brown, and women workers from forming unions. Domestic laborers and farm workers who were predominantly women and of color were excluded from benefiting of these new rules.
Ese legado de exclusión continúa hasta el día de hoy, donde grandes corporaciones como McDonald's están haciendo todo lo posible para negar a trabajadores negros, morenos y mujeres que generan sus ganancias el derecho de organizarse.
En 1947 se cambiaron las reglas para hacerlos aún más difíciles.
From local levels in the South to the state levels here in California, service workers are rewriting the rules by any means necessary, and we're winning.
Fast food workers have been organizing since 2012 for a better system. At the start of the pandemic, we led a massive strike wave. We organized strikes over 450 stores, resulting in landmark legislation that rewrote the rules.
And this is, I think, really important too. Like, getting out and doing the work means you could spend 10 years organizing and still not have the victory you deserve, right? But the progress they made in organizing since 2012, the 12 years of organizing, they are now able to successfully launch a union for all fast food workers in California. That's a huge victory. That is a huge victory. You want to do business as a fast food restaurateur in California, you got to work with the union, bitch. You got to pay your employees a living fucking wage.
For over 500,000 workers.
Pero los patrones contraatacaron.
Así que el año pasado volvimos a ganar.
The American labor movement is surging.
Now is the time to unionize. So we are.
Así que hoy estamos formando el Sindicato de Trabajadores de Comida Rápida en California.
We're joining the long history of service workers in California, challenging greedy bosses and winning with our unions.
This year we're sitting down with the industry and the government, and we need to be as organized as the opposition.
For a decade, SEIU has stood with us. Today we're joining SEIU and signing up as many of 500,000 fast food workers in California as we can.
Desde que SEU respaldó la lucha por 15 en un sindicato, los trabajadores con salarios bajos de todo Estados Unidos han ganado más de 150,000 millones en salarios.
Contra todo pronóstico, los trabajadores de la comida rápida en California han salido adelante y hemos estado ganando contra una de las industrias más grandes del mundo.
And to ensure we keep up the momentum, we need to sustain our own union.
We're building the base for a union that will be here until the end of time. The Golden State is setting the golden standard with the first statewide fast food council.
Esta es nuestra manera de obligar al sistema económico racista a ser más justo para aquellos que nosotros no siempre fuimos intencionalmente excluidos. No nos vamos a ir. Estamos aquí para siempre. Y a cada día somos más fuertes.
We're doing whatever it takes
to keep up the momentum
and win justice for fast food workers
in every workplace in California.
You just love to see it. You love to see it, chat. Like that is a meaningful fucking win. Cause now anytime these fast food restaurants want to screw over their workers and just claim, oh, well, they're just college kids. They don't need actual money. They can push back. They can be like, no, actually, 3/4 of our workplaces are made up of like actual adults who need actual living wages. It's not going to fix anything. It's not going to fix everything, but it will fix some things. It gives them negotiating leverage. Well, in Marxist archaeologists, my understanding of that is that though the number of $25 an hour of minimum wage kept up with inflation and productivity, like the $25 figure is from a couple years ago, is my understanding. So I mean, like, given now with like the huge surge in inflation, I wouldn't be surprised if it was around $30 an hour, you know? Sorry. But that is lovely to see. California Fast Food Workers Union. Let's go. We can win. I promise. We can win. A true socialist cries over union propaganda. True. You love to see the working class finally banding together to get what's theirs. I want to see it with my state next. And that's another thing. Like getting that union in California is so huge because California is huge. You know? California is one of those places that like sets the precedent for other places around the country. Like that could be like the first domino to fall. That could be like the like a really genuinely big deal. Solidarity forever, friends. The Discord link is riverboat.gg/Discord. Well, here's the thing, OS Crane. Gavin Newsom actually did something good there and helped the workers there unionize. You know, and this is what I hate about Gavin Newsom. He could be so much better. And instead he insists on being kind of a sleazy, like, duplicitous weasel, you know? My girlfriend's asthma meds are $2,600, and thanks to my union, we aren't paying a goddamn cent. I love to hear that, Marxist archaeologist. Let's go. And folks, again, we've now been going for about 2 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit the like button on the YouTube stream, and consider dropping some subs or donos, because my goodness, I absolutely adore being able to cover content like this. Gavin Newsom has been a better governor than he was a mayor in San Francisco. True. He's also, I hate him and I don't want him to be president, but you know, that's probably going to be in the cards for us in the future too.
Do you find...
Okay. You know what? Fuck it. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do brain rot. Okay. I found an interview between Chris Williamson, who does like a I don't know. He's kind of like a knockoff Lex Friedman combined with Joe Rogan type.
Do you find...
And he had Eric Weinstein on, and they did a show together where one of the topics was, what do modern women actually want in a man? And I'm genuinely curious what Eric Weinstein thinks women want. So let's find out.
That women, heterosexual women, respond to classical masculinity. I have to be very careful as I ask, because they certainly respond more than they're supposed to according to modern rules of femininity.
Correct.
But my guess is that it's greatly decreased from the market for masculinity in the 60s, let's say.
So look, again, inter and intrasexual dynamics, something I've spent an awful lot of time learning about. I'm writing a book at the moment with David Buss, evolutionary psychologist, on this. In the early 2010s, after the success of 50 Shades of Grey, there was a proliferation of dark romance novels, and there was a pushback from the feminism movement saying that the portrayals of men...
Oh, okay, we're in Moon Logic territory. Okay, let's go.
as dominant, masculine, bearded, big-chested, in a loincloth or a plaid shirt, wielding an axe, wasn't what women wanted. They wanted a softer, more...
Like the brawny guy or the Marlboro man.
Correct. They wanted a soft...
Okay. I think there are some citations needed here. Because the main discourse I saw as somebody who is extremely online when 50 Shades of Grey came out was not that women don't want dominant or like, you know, they don't want tops. Like, no, what I saw with the discourse was that it was a very poor representation of BDSM because it disregarded consent, which is very, very important when you're talking about BDSM. Consent is king, you know? And that was the main discourse. Not that women don't want, like, men who are, like, muscular and, like, hairy-chested and able to survive in the wilderness. That wasn't the main takeaway from 50 Shades of Grey. Because also 50 Shades of Grey wasn't about that kind of man. 50 Shades of Grey was about a man who wanted to do extreme BDSM and disregarded consent and wanted to leverage his money and power to coerce a woman to do things against her will. And he was not the kind of man who was like a brawny wilderness survivor, like Marlboro man type. He was a wealthy asshole. My God. Well, yeah. But I think they're talking about the book, Will Kale.
Softer version of this. So they started putting more agreeable, more feminized men on the front cover of books. They didn't sell.
Right.
Citations needed. That you need to like do the legwork here. Who decided that muscular, brawny men were no longer like what women wanted, and then as a result changed their practices to put more effeminate men on the cover of their products? Like, who was doing that? You need to like actually provide a citation in order to make this argument.
But I wouldn't guess that either of those would be where modern women's heads would be at now.
In the space of 10 years? So I think that there's massively a difference between stated and revealed preferences.
Sure.
Right. And also to caveat that, the thing that you may sexually fantasize about is not necessarily what you want to get into a relationship with.
Sure.
Guys will say
more.
That what you optimize for in a one-night stand and what you optimize for in a marriage partner aren't always necessarily the same thing.
I would think they would be wildly disparate.
Correct. Which means that the front cover of the romance novel is not necessarily the partner that you want long-term. They're the one that you want to fantasize about. Most of these stories are driven by sex rather than driven by love.
So I have this...
Wow. What amazing insight. It took you 14 years to figure out that women were reading a BDSM story for the sex and not the romance. That's crazy, dog.
Hypothesis, and I wonder if you have names for all sorts of things that...
Before you give me it, I just need to bunch...
Were women even attracted to the Marlboro man? I don't think so. That's the thing, right? Like, the Marlboro man wasn't there to be like, women want to like bang the Marlboro man, and that's why they're gonna buy his cigarettes. No, like the Marlboro man was for men. And I think a lot of men don't understand this aspect of advertising or of like design. But like frequently when products are marketed to men, they will provide fantasy fulfillment bodies to project yourself into. The idea that, you know, as a man, when you smoke a Marlboro cigarette, you are as cool as the Marlboro, I can't say it right, okay? I'm sorry. Marlboro man. The same is true, by the way, in a lot of video games. Video games throughout like the 90s and early aughts were largely aimed towards men and boys, and the advertising reflects that. And often, not just the advertising, but the character design in those games, right? A good example of this might be Altered Beast. Altered Beast isn't about a muscly dude in order to appeal to women's sexual fantasies. It's the main character is a muscly dude in Altered Beast to appeal to men and young boys like power fantasy. You know, that's the point there is like, oh, you are now as powerful as this man. You know, and that's a wish fulfillment. That's a fantasy fulfillment for men and boys. Like it's not for women.
This up your acronym, your penchant for acronyms.
Yeah.
And a friend Mary says, "Meme first, explain later." And I think that some of my favorite episodes, they rely on aphorisms. They rely on that.
Wait, episodes of what?
Bunch this.
If you have names for all sorts of things. So I have this hypothesis, and I wonder if you have names for all sorts of things that
before you give me it, I just need to bunch this up. Your acronym, your penchant for acronyms.
Yeah.
And a friend Mary says, "Meme first, explain later." And I think that
what?
Some of my favorite episodes, they rely on aphorisms. They rely on creating memes.
Sure.
Small, quippy razors and so on and so forth. First off, because it makes it easier to remember, but secondly, because that's what gets the hooks into you.
Yeah.
This is how you make things. So
what episodes is he talking about here?
If you are somebody that's listening that has an idea, that really loves that idea, give it a name. Give it a name and give it a cool name.
Yeah.
I came up with famed seesaw the other day, which is that on your way up, people want to support you because you remind them of their dreams. When you're at the top, they tear you down because you remind them of what they gave up on.
Yeah, yeah.
Famed seesaw. Beautiful. And now, even if it's fucking wrong, you can't forget it. So
it's good.
Very nice. You were saying.
Man, I love when a guy just admits he's making meaningless platitudes. That's crazy, dude.
That when heterosexual women realize that they have several possible life cycles and they don't have a clear sense of which one they will actually live. Am I going to get married and raise children and be at home with the children? Am I going to get married and have one child, maybe two, and be a career person? Am I never going to couple but have children? Am I going to have no children whatsoever? Am I going to do that in a coupled situation?
Yep.
Their decision trees blow out as to what it is that they're actually looking for. And one of my strong senses is that women encountered something they weren't expecting.
I love that these guys are like, so women have their entire life path planned out, and they're really just constantly standing at a crossroads and trying to decide which plan to follow. It's like, no, we're not. Women aren't doing that. We're just getting up every day and going to work and trying to do our best to not like die or be sad. And like you can be the kind of person who's like, I'm only gonna do one night stands, and then suddenly you get knocked up, and suddenly it turns out you're actually kind of hitting it off with like the father of your child, and actually, you know, you're thinking, am I gonna keep it? Now it's like 15 years later and you're married and it's not going so great, and so you like get a divorce, and now you have a kid that you have like part-time custody of who's in his teens, and now it's time for you to date again. And like the issue I have here is that life is messy. Even if you have these life plans, there are no guarantees. Your partner tomorrow could get hit by a bus and throw all of your life plans in the garbage because you have no way of knowing what's going to happen. None. And I know that idea makes people uncomfortable, but that's reality. And so I dislike this almost like infantilization of reality that is going on here, where they're like, yeah, women are just standing at a constant crossroads trying to decide what kind of future they'll have. But like, sometimes you don't get to choose what future you'll have, or sometimes you choose the future you want and you don't get it. Because that's just what being alive is like. Damn, Jack, you just kind of described my cousin. It's reality.
Which is that they might even be smarter than the guy at work who they're competing with, but he's happy to come in all of Saturday, all of Sunday, and work hours that are completely psychotic. And so then the idea of, well, we need work-life balance. We don't want people coming in on Friday.
But does he understand that like working psychotic hours is bad? Like, don't do that. That guy should not be doing that, right? Like, we shouldn't have a system that relies on people doing that. That's a guy who's been duped and coerced into doing far more labor than he's legally supposed to be doing. But I love that Eric Weinstein here is putting forward the idea that essentially women invented the idea of work-life balance in order to, I don't know, more equitably compete with men. That's insane, dog.
Friday and Saturday, because that's sort of an unfair advantage that somebody who wants a healthy life is different from somebody who wants an extreme life. And so now you have this.
Man, I love how he put forward this. I'm sorry, he put forward this situation in which like there's a woman who's like, I should have work-life balance so that I can like, not go insane and like murder my coworkers. And so I can like, go out and like have fun every once in a while. And on the other hand, you have a guy who's working like 200 hours per week. And he's like, some people just don't like to live extremely, It's like, no, that's not what's happening in this hypothetical that you yourself are putting forward. There's no guy who's just like, yeah, bro, I'm here to be extreme. And then who like goes into his cubicle and just lives there for the next 20 years. That's not extreme living. That's called being a sucker.
Problem, which is I'm attracted to the sort of man I wouldn't want to compete with at work. If I'm going to be in the office, I want to know that I'm not going to have to deal with the guy who's willing to give up every weekend and work hours that I'm unwilling to work because that's not how I'm set at the factory.
God, can we take a minute to marvel at the set that they're on? Like, guys, if you have a show that's literally watched by almost like 2 million people, and your set is just like your garage, do like a little bit better, like. They have the ability to do better than this, guys. Yeah, this is like the ultimate like I don't know, like performative set. Like this set is there to let you know this is a real man space for real man things. Yeah, that's what they're trying to communicate with the set. I've heard more coherent arguments about how the narrative that we teach young women has changed dramatically, but the narrative we teach young men has largely remained the same, and that has caused conflicts. Basically, society's development has been uneven. Well, yeah, and that's largely a result of like women entering the workforce and the narrative of what we teach women needing to change by necessity, but the narrative we feed to women or men has largely not changed due to the fact that patriarchy largely keeps it stagnant,
Versus, I want that guy as the go-getter while I'm pregnant and incapacitated and raising children to make sure that not only he can shepherd our family through anything because he's highly capable, but can also get me back into the workforce when I'm done raising children. And this is somewhat what I believe is responsible for the sort of incoherent messages that men and women are sending to each other, is that when we don't know what life cycle we are going to be inhabiting, our eroticism and our romance and our desire is unstable.
One of the most uncomfortable correlations that I've found over the last few years is that as gender inequality, pay inequality between the genders increases, relationship satisfaction for both men and women increases as well.
Citation needed. You know, it's really wonderful that this guy is just pulling points out of his ass constantly in this conversation with absolutely no evidence or source to back it up. It's all just it's the vibes-based economy, man.
Sorry, decreases. The more egalitarian, the more equal the pay, the less satisfied both sexes are with relationships.
Citation needed.
Men who are in relationships where the woman is the primary breadwinner are 50% more likely to use erectile dysfunction medication. Where
I'm sorry.
with relationships. Men who are in relationships where the woman is the primary breadwinner are 50% more likely to use erectile dysfunction medication.
Okay, first of all, citation needed. Second of all, even if that were the case, that's not an indicator that their sex life is compromised. Erectile dysfunction is like a physical ailment. Like it's a thing that happens to people all the time. That's not an indicator of like a lack of sexual fulfillment in the relationship.
Where a woman is contributing more than 70% of the household income, the marriage is twice as likely to end in divorce. Women,
I mean, I feel like man, what a pause frame here. My God. Oh God. Yeah, no, like the thing is, he's reading that data. You know, if I'll grant him that this is some sort of data, right? But like, even if you grant it, it would indicate to me that the only way those marriages would have survived is with a drastically unfair power balance. Because if a woman can't divorce her husband because otherwise, like, they won't be able to fend for themselves or their children, like, they're not going to get a divorce. So all that he's really proving here is that, like, in a situation where women tend to, like, have more money, they're more willing to leave their spouse. They're less willing to put up with bullshit.
For a woman to move herself the same distance on a 10-point scale in terms of attractiveness that a man can by increasing his income by $100,000, she would need a 10,000 times increase in income.
What? Okay, he's literally just using moon logic. Yeah, if a man made $100,000 more dollars, he'd be so much more attractive. But in order to attain the same level of attractiveness boosting, a woman would have to make $10 million. Are you joking? This is moon logic, dog. Also, women, I know that the men who watch shows like this, right? Wait, would it even be? No, it wouldn't be 10 million. Oh my God, sorry. My math is terrible. Sorry, just to use his actual math that he's putting forward here, right? Just to use his actual math, right? So 10,000 Here we go. 10,000 times 100,000. So by his logic, in order to be an attractive woman based on money alone, you would have to be a literal billionaire. You would actually have to make $1 billion every year as a woman to match just any man who makes $100,000 a year. Are you fucking kidding me? Who the hell is this jackass? This is Chris Williamson. He has almost 2 million subscribers. This episode came out a month ago and it has 500,000 views.
In short, women are interested socioeconomically in the status of their partner in a way that men aren't. Now the problem.
Now I will say this might be true, but this is largely due to the way like men and women have been socialized. You know, this is a socializing factor, right? But also, the men who watch shows like this tend to also be looking at, like, the women that are brought on to shows like Whatever. The Whatever podcast. It's really big on TikTok. And the women who are brought on those shows are, like, really attractive OnlyFans models. Like, they literally make their living by being hot. They are hired by the show to be on that show. And like the dudes who watch things like this are like, yeah, they only care about wealth and money and stuff. That's why they only hang around with those guys. They're completely ignorant of the fact that, like, those women are being paid by those guys to be there. Those women would not choose to hang out with, like, shitty guys unless they had a financial motivation. But the thing is, and this is the sad part, but we need to be real honest, okay? If you're a dude, like, so much of what women are attracted to is your personality, okay? Your personality can help you get laid by women who are much, much hotter than you. I promise. Practice being funny. Practice being able to talk to people. Practice having social skills. Practice being confident. Because women are way more attracted to that kind of stuff than they are about, like, how much money you have. Women tend not to actually be that attracted to money. They're attracted to people who are kind, considerate, people who care about them, people who are able to hold a conversation, people who are confident, people who have some of their shit figured out. You know? People will kill for someone who makes them laugh. Exactly, Zoomy dear. Shark is 100% correct. Like, haven't any of you ever seen, like, I don't know, like, a kind of chubby guy who's, like, maybe not, like, the most attractive dude ever, but you see his wife and you're just like, oh my god, dude. That's because he's able to be funny. He's able to be confident. He's able to, like, dress himself well, you know? And a lot of guys, and men, I'm talking to you guys, okay? A lot of you just give up. A lot of you give up. A lot of you just say, well, I'll never be good enough. And then you stop trying. And you need to keep trying. Because, like, by trying, you get better. You build up those skills. And eventually, they're going to just be second nature to you because you've practiced those skills. You've practiced socializing. You've practiced being confident. And you're just going to exist that way. And by existing that way and by just being authentically yourself, by being confidently yourself, by being funny, by understanding, like, social interaction, you can be attractive to anybody of any level of income. There's only so far you can go with practice in our culture. No, I disagree. You can view just talking with like someone at the grocery store as practice. Yo, Mike Ox, good luck to your little brother getting a phalloplasty tomorrow. Hopefully everything goes well. I'm sure it will. Charm is a skill. Have the charisma is a skill. Some people are naturally better at it, the same way some people are naturally like faster than other people. But you can develop your speed. You can develop your riz. Instant creep alert. Everyone moves out no matter how charming you are. I mean, I disagree. If you are practicing, if you are being aware of how you come across to other people, you can work on those things. You can work on being perceived as a creep. You can work on not being perceived as a creep. Literally, like if you're ever like not confident in your ability to interact with people, just remember we're social animals. There's literally like maybe 3 things in your brain as hard-coded as our like desire and understanding of socializing with one another. Okay? like the need to eat, the need to sleep, and the need to shit, okay? Then you have socializing. Yeah, practice socializing, practice how you present yourself in public, practice how you take care of yourself. However that means. If it means meditating, if it means, exercising, if it means skincare, if it means whatever, practice those things. You'll get better at them. You'll do better in society. I promise. All that matters is that you try and you keep trying. Be a decent, chill person first. True. Though sometimes people need to fail a lot before they can chill, Like I have extreme social anxiety, okay? It took me a very long time to get comfortable failing. And I think more people need to be comfortable failing social interactions. Honestly, just enjoying talking to someone is half of Riz. Exactly, Peaceful Warrior. Nurture like a healthy level of interest in other people that doesn't go too far, that isn't like encroaching on their privacy, Here's a trick I do. Go find a restaurant in a neighborhood that gets a lot of foot traffic that allows you to eat outside. Set up a laptop or notebook. Get your favorite social beverage. Just pick people and study them. Look for interesting little details in their clothing, gait, and the things they do, how they look. Start to try and understand and imagine yourself in what you see in them. I think that's a great idea. By the way, like that's a great way to just go around life. Like paying attention to how people move, what kinds of things they say to each other. I think this is a way that like we learn. It's the way we learn since we're the tiniest children. And I think that it's a very effective way of continuing to learn. Where, like, even if you're not entirely sure what you're paying attention to, Your brain is observing and learning by taking like actual note. The perceived cost of social embarrassment is part of the culture that makes it a bigger mountain to climb than it needs to be. Yeah. Like that's the other aspect of it too, right? Like let go of like what you think other people will think of you. Like let go of that. Just go into a conversation with no expectations. And if it goes poorly, do it again. Figure out why it went poorly. Do it again. Do it again, do it again, do it again, over and over again, until you are able to understand why your social interactions are going poorly and why they're going well. And you don't have to have high stakes conversations every single time you interact with people. You know, you don't have to be like professing your love to each person you see who you find attractive, but like be able to talk to like a homeless person or a busker or like someone who's waiting at the bus stop or like your cashier or like, you know, the guy at the deli counter or like somebody standing in line. Be able to do that stuff. Because that will prepare you for the larger interactions you have, the more meaningful interactions you have. I used to be super awkward. I started saying hi to every cashier that helped me regardless of their age or gender. You got to work that social muscle. It's true. It's true. Do we still have any Gordos left? You guys do have 2 Gordos left. But we're not doing Gordo today. Maybe on Monday? We'll see. We'll see how Monday's doing. Wait, Monday? Maybe Tuesday? Right? What was happening Monday? I don't remember. All right, let's continue this. We're not even halfway through it yet.
The problem that you have is that women now have access to education and employment in a way that they never have done before, so they're no longer financially dependent on men.
Sure, but you're seeing something which is particularly heartbreaking in my group of females, which would be women in their mid to late 50s. I have to be honest, I've seen some of the women I was most impressed by never coupling. And when you talk to them, there's some very uncomfortable things that get said. One of which was, I was looking for a man I could look up to, and the pool was just so small. And then, you know, you're thinking, well, okay, it's illegal to say I'm looking for a man that I could look up to, right? Because that's not in accordance with modern feminism and equality.
What? No. You look. Hot take. Hot take. You should be on the market for a partner you respect. You know, what is to rephrase what he's saying here? Someone to look up to. That's someone you respect. It's not it's not, and it never has been illegal by feminism or any other ism to say that you want a partner you respect. A partner you love and who makes you happy. This is not illegal. His framing is so disingenuous. Well, maybe not disingenuous, but like clearly wrong, you know? And what I find interesting here is that he is talking about something that can be a problem, right? Which is like women who kind of age out of desirability. But this kind of goes back to what we were talking about at the beginning of stream, which is that there are men out, or sorry, not men are out there and they are socialized to fetishize youth. You know, Helen Mirren is a damn fine looking lady. But the issue is she's old, right? And women are put into the old category, like when they're in their like mid 30s, in their 40s, you know? And so what he's talking about the shrinking pool of people, right, is true to an extent, but that is a problem enforced by patriarchy and its obsession with youth. An obsession that goes far too deep in our society. And I would point out here that, like, there's another factor at play, which is that there are women in their 50s who artificially shrink their pool. You know? There are dudes who are interested in women in their 50s. Yeah, Leonardo DiCaprio is like the living embodiment of what I was just talking about, Mike. Like, at a certain point, there is like this need for us to talk about like how a lot of us hold ourselves back by shrinking who we find acceptable for ourselves as partners, right? Because I think that this problem is, by the way, very exacerbated by dating apps, in particular, the commodification of our loneliness. Because what those dating apps do is they give us criteria by which we are able to blanket say, no one like this. When in reality, a lot of people would be amenable to people outside of that category, you know? So I think that there are a number of factors at play here, and it's not just that, oh, these women decided to be lonely and old, woe is them, which is what he's about to, you know, kind of articulate.
Totalitarianism. But on the other hand, this idea that when you're, you know, one of the world's leading chemists or something, there's just not that many men that are going to be in that position.
I got another meme for you.
Yeah.
I got in a lot of trouble for this. It's called the tall girl problem. So if you stand atop your own status hierarchy, it's very difficult to find somebody else.
You know, it's really frustrating to me because he keeps like, he's at least consistent, guys. This guy's at least consistent. He's coming up with like bullshit phrases for every little thing, right? Which is funny. Like that is a funny character trait for this man. It's weird. It's weird. What can I say? All right, sorry.
Crossing a problem. So if you stand, I got in a lot of trouble for this. It's called the tall girl problem. So if you stand atop your own status hierarchy, it's very difficult to find somebody else across and above from yours. You know, if you're a 6'1" girl without heels, you're looking at professional athletes, and 2 women for every 1 man completing a 4-year U.S. college.
See, this is the thing, right? If you're a 6'1" girl without heels, you're looking at college athletes. What? Nah, just date a short king. Just date like a 5'10" guy. Date like. There are also just tall, gangly motherfuckers out there. You don't have to date a college athlete. Again, all of this is only if their standards as like a tall lady are for someone taller than them that they can wear heels around. But like, if you're a tall lady, you can still wear heels even if your partner is shorter than you. My God. 5'10" is short? I mean, no, but like, I think in his framing of this situation, it would be. Also free. Yeah, so many dudes love tall girls. My God.
professional athletes, and 2 women for every 1 man completing a 4-year US college degree by 2030. Between the ages of 21 and 29, women earn £1,111 more on average than their male counterparts.
Right.
But women still have this vestigial attraction to the man who is across and above from them. That's hypergamy. And this means that as you...
Or alternatively, women could just date men who make less money than they do. Like that's obviously where the trends are going. Like obviously women are dating men who make less money than them. That's my God. The argument here that like, yes, well, women, you see, have this vestigial evolutionary component that requires them to date a man who is making more money than them. It's just like, what are you talking about, bro? That's not an inherent thing in women at all. Yeah, the argument he's trying to make is that basically there are fewer and fewer men at the top echelons of society, and women, like, he's basically created a great replacement theory of, but now it's for women replacing men, and how this lopsided, women heavy system is creating the circumstances for women to just like multiple women for one man, because they'll never date below their station. And this is insane. This is a crazy argument to make, as if like at the top echelons of society everyone's just having like orgies with each other, and that's just not the case.
As you rise up through your own dominance hierarchy, it amounts to a opportunity of diminishing returns.
But then why are we not allowed to build better men? I mean, this is this thing that just...
Who's not allowed to build better? Wait, who's building men? And who is disallowing men to be built better? Tell me more, or Eric Weinstein.
Floors me. I'm now, through being a father, looking at the subset of young men who are absolutely looking to crush it.
Uh-huh.
And the advice they're being given is so horrific.
What, like?
A generation of young men who want to crush it. It being what exactly? What advice are they being given that is so anti them crushing it?
Well, that doesn't seem mentally healthy, and I think it's much better for you to sort of enjoy this time with everyone else. And, it's just like watering down raw ambition. And
so the 2 points he brought up of the most disastrous advice he's seeing is kids being told how to take care of their mental health so they don't develop like crippling like mental health issues. And the other one is essentially like allowing kids to enjoy themselves and just be kids. What are you talking about, bro? Like these are the things that are destroying men, being taught that they can like enjoy themselves and also like how to not develop like mental illnesses later in life. Crazy, dog.
Was it Ludacris who said, "Get out the way"? Get out of the way of these people.
Here's what I hate about these shows, right? And this is why we don't cover a whole lot of these. They talk in broad generalizations, nonstop, right? They like, what is it? I'm sorry, Eric Weinstein. What does it mean when you're talking about a school setting, right? Which I'm assuming is what he's talking about here. What does it mean to you? Like, what policy are you advocating for that involves getting out of the way of students? Like, what does that even mean? How does that translate into reality? What do you mean? And very rarely do they go on and clarify. It's just like weird platitudes all the way through.
These people want to invest and blow your socks off and just do amazing things. And there's some administrator or nanny or Nurse Ratched who's like, well, that would be arrogant. We can't have that. And you're saying, I don't think you understand.
Give us an actual example from your life, because it sounds like you're just making shit up here, Eric.
But ambition is a necessary input for certain humans. And if you sit there and say, why do you have a right to innovate when nobody else has innovated? Or don't you realize that your go-getter personality during the COVID situation was based on your privilege? And in fact, a lot of other people are suffering from mental health. You're just thinking, what?
No one is saying these things. These aren't things anyone is saying. What the hell is he talking about? He's like shadowboxing the most insane points I've ever heard in my life. He's just like, the woke left is coming to take away ambition. Like, I'm sorry, like, what do you mean? What does any of this mean?
Why am I taking the most promising people and tying them to the most damaged people? Why not instead take the most promising people and have them get a PhD by the age of 2021 and study what to do for their fellow souls who are struggling?
Yeah, you know, so many people are prepared and ready to get a PhD by the age of 20 or 21 years old. For sure, dude. Yeah, you know, just take all of those ambitious people, get them their PhDs, and just I don't know, like throw the rest of them in the wood chipper, like throw the unambitious into the incinerator. Like what? like what? That's what he's saying, right?
Struggling.
Do you remember when Elon?
Yeah, y'all know how easy it is to get a PhD, right? Just you know, at 15 years old, start writing your thesis.
Took over Twitter and he started to rip out the tech team.
Yeah.
And he said, I want to make Twitter a place where the people who want to work the hardest on the biggest problems can come and work. And people said, they looked at that and said, this is going back to an archaic form of Silicon Valley where people are forced to sleep under desks and it's a blah, blah, blah. Those people do not have theory of mind to understand what it's like to be someone as driven as it takes to look at that from Elon, not as modern day slavery.
Well, you see, you might look at that and say, this is modern day slavery.
I am sick and tired of these monkey fighting white names on this Monday to Friday plane. BWA.
Paladin, thank you for gifting a sub to No Look at Flash. I appreciate it. But the only reason you're looking at what Elon's doing and calling it slavery is because you don't have the right theory of mind. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the kind of guy who'd like time travel back to like the 1830s and be like, well, you're looking around and seeing all this chattel slavery, but that's just because you don't have the theory of mind to understand that this is actually the most productive economic system yet developed in the history of mankind. Like this is just like nonsense buzzwords to like justify worker exploitation.
But no, wait a second. It can be modern day slavery, or it could be the person saying, "For God's sakes, I'm burning to solve this problem. Let me sleep under my desk."
Unhook.
I love that his response was literally like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. It could be modern slavery, though. But we're going to imagine that instead, all of them are just burning with passion and are choosing to sleep under their desks, not because their bosses are coercing them to do too much labor and underpaying them as a result. which is what those working conditions are. And I know that's what those working conditions are because I was a video game journalist. I covered video game development for like 10 years. Do you know how many stories there are about people just like burning the candle at both ends at video game studios because they come in bright-eyed, bushy-tailed at the, excited at the prospect of developing like the next Legend of Zelda, and then they like they go through like years and years of the development cycle. They make it to the end, the game goes gold, everything's going great, and then the company fires them after like having them spend 2 years working so much they barely see their own families. Rockstar, the developer of Red Dead Redemption and the Grand Theft Auto games, there was an organization that had to be that the wives and spouses of workers at Rockstar formed an organization to petition the company because they weren't seeing their family members, because they were all being forced to work and meet insane deadlines by their bosses. And like, this is not ambition. This is exploitation. Now, it might be the exploitation of ambition, but it really doesn't matter after a certain point, right? The thing is, if you're building your own path, doing your own thing, and you want to burn the candle at both ends, do you? But if you're a wage worker, even at a high level, there's no reason to sacrifice yourself for the good of the corporate identity. Exactly. They are using you, your body, your intellectual labor, your physical labor, to extract profit from your work. And you need to understand that fundamental relationship you have with the place and people you work with. Otherwise, you don't understand what even your ambition is.
Unhook the leash and let me go at this. And there is a cohort of people out there for whom that's their calling. They didn't want to work at Twitter if they got frappuccinos and mindful Monday afternoons off and to be able to play ping pong for half the week and whatever it was that was going on. They want to go and they want to feel like they're contributing to an astronomically sized goal, an unreasonable goal. And they want to feel the rush of going toward it.
Uh-huh. Yeah. The astronomical goal of having the company's value in the span of a year.
And I think you're right. I think that there is a dampening of ambition. And since being in America, since moving to America 18 months ago, it's the fuel that I've had from the enthusiasm from the people I've been around has fueled me and powered me in a way that it was alien. I was 33 years old and I'd never felt it before.
I want to look, there's so much to do, and it requires ambitious people, and those people have to be both arrogant and humble. It's a complicated thing. It involves mentorship. I want to say also something about elitism. Elitism is incredibly unfair. I've hung out with Stanley Jordan, and I am never going to play any instrument the way Stanley Jordan plays the guitar. He's an elite object. I am not going to be that guy. You have to learn how to let elite people do elite things where you can't compete with them.
Yeah, you have to. Eric Weinstein is 100% correct. You have to be able to recognize your betters and lick their boots. You have to recognize when other people are just plain better than you and superior to you, really. Man, like, if you have a worldview like this, no wonder you're sad all the time. No wonder you're struggling in life, right? If you're walking around just being like, yeah, you're right, I need to recognize that this man is just inherently better than me. Like, yeah, of course you're going to feel inferior to everyone you meet. You've cultivated a mindset by which you hold yourself up to everyone else. Yeah, no wonder women don't want to do shit with you.
I don't know what to do about this. The idea that we're turning against the concept.
You know, it's so funny. I'm sorry. I know I'm being real pause champ about this video, but just real quick.
Where you can't compete with them. I don't know what to do about this.
It's so funny to me that after talking for 10 minutes, right? One of his closing thoughts is, I don't know what to do about this. And it's just the thought never occurs to either of them. Maybe it will in the last 2 minutes. That the people who need to change are themselves. That they never stop to think that maybe their ideology, the way they think about people and relationships and the world, is fundamentally and deeply flawed. They never stop to consider that they're the problem here. And I think that that's very interesting. Because I know plenty of people who are capable of recognizing their own flaws, but these two seem incapable of it. Yeah, no, Brianna Huffman, it's literally the could I really be that out of touch? No, it's the children that are wrong. It's literally that writ large in these two's existences.
The idea that we're turning against the concept of elite because we've got this sort of pretend elite that sits in these chairs that screws everything up. And you've got all of these.
It's also very funny that like he's railing against elites that sit in chairs screwing everything up, and literally they're both sitting in chairs.
Ambitious people
screwing everything up.
Who are being destroyed by enforced helplessness. You know, how do we fire the administrators necessary to return universities to being universities?
I want to know what he means by enforced helplessness. He hasn't really elaborated on that at all.
How do we explain that some people are built to fly wingsuits? You know, it's a super dangerous activity. But somebody needs that rush or they're not alive. You know, people need danger, they need risk, they need to be able to create, and they don't need you in their way all the time.
This episode is brought to you by Element.
No, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, all of that was like nonsense that they did not provide citations for. It's crazy. Crazy stuff. That slip of calling him an object may have been a mistake, but I don't think it was. Yeah. Is this just their argument for Trump and the conservatives? Honestly, no, this entire video was supposed to be about what modern women actually want in a man. Crazy stuff. Yeah, that video we just watched had 520,000 views, and that channel has 1.8 million subscribers. They didn't even address the topic of their thesis. No, the extent of their thesis was quite literally like, women want the Marlboro man. And you know that that's the thesis because they put it in the thumbnail. They literally put Eric Weinstein next to the Marlboro man, which is insane, dog. That was the extent of it, dude. Yeah, no, like that's the thing. Miskatonic alumni, I agree with you there. If they were talking about the economic exploitation of the working class, enforced helplessness would be a very apt description. But like, they're talking about men are having helplessness enforced on them by school administrators, which is insane, dude. People say that Biden is addled, but listen to this. I mean, yeah, it's a battle between two soup brains for sure. Let's see what the other soup brain is up to.
One of the presidents of a big country stood up and said,
Well, sir, if we don't pay and we're attacked by Russia, will you protect us? I said, you didn't pay? You're delinquent? He said, yes, let's say that happened. No, I would not protect you. In fact, I would encourage them to do whatever the hell they want. You got to pay. Of the president's...
Jesus Christ, dude. That's a guy who was the president of the United States saying that he would tell Russia to invade countries that did not pay more for NATO membership. That's insane, dude. This is literally, hey, that's an awfully nice car. It'd be a shame if something happened to it. Boys, get your baseball bats. Something's about to happen to this car. This is literally mobster talk. It's crazy. Bada bing, bada boom. You didn't pay your protection fees this month, Raphael. What, you too good for us now? An awful shame if something would have happened to your family as they were out to Sunday church, huh? Remember to pay your debts, Raphael. Got 1 week. Man. Trump has always been mobby, yeah. I like that he faked that entire story, though. We'll see, but I disagree and think a ton of its recent success is actually very much due to the changes Musk made. Wait, the recent success of what? Wait, you're saying Twitter's a success? It's literally shed half of its value. It's literally worth half of what it used to be. That's not a success. That's actually the opposite. It took one of the most highly valued companies on the planet and, like, cut it in half. Is it less than half now? I don't keep track of the numbers. Anyway, folks, we've now been going for 3 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the stream, and consider dropping some subs or donos, because, guys, without those subs and donos, I couldn't make this show. This show's literally brought to you by viewers like you. So if we got any Oilers out there, any BWAers out there, please, please, please support the show. Do the things for free that support the show, and consider doing the things that might cost you like $5+ Let's go. Yeah, we got any Oilers out there? Oilers? Please don't end yet. We're not ending yet. We're just doing the top of the hour ad break where I ask people to drop subs and donos, because sometimes you guys just don't drop subs and donos if I forget to ask. So it's just me seeing what can happen. I wish I was an Oiler. Me too. One day I would like to be a level of successful doing this show where I don't have to necessarily ask for subs and donos because I'm making enough off of ad revenue, but it is not this day, unfortunately. Jack's just being respectful of our bad memory. That's what I'm doing. Hey, G. Klein. How you doing? Also, 2 pies for eyes. I saw that you made a dono earlier. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $5 dono.
Fine, take my entire pay rise, cheeky smiley face. Also, Elon is a poo-poo head, and made a shitty car.
Thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs, Salmon Moose. Thank you for being one of the premier oilers for the Riverboat Jack Railroad River Cruise. That's what it's called. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Oh, you got Spectral Pyre in there too. And Sophie. Where's Sophie been? Hey, just woke up and grabbed my phone. Nice to catch you live. Nice to see you here, Gabrielle. I'm sure I'm overpronouncing that, but I want to be sure. That sentence got away from me,
Funds
didn't
for Oil Rig Jack.
It really did. Abyssal List, thank you for the $15 dono. And how did you know I was going to use all of these funds to build and recreate the big shell from Metal Gear Solid 2? How did you know? We're gonna create an independent nation state called Big Shell off the coast, and we're all gonna live there in a socialist paradise until it inevitably devolves into a Mad Max dystopia. Playing Metal Gear Solid 1, I'm clairvoyant. Abyssal Lists. Have you played them before? I'm gonna guess you probably have, but like if you haven't, my god, you're in for a treat. Hash, thank you for becoming a member over on YouTube. I appreciate that. Love seeing people who are members over on YouTube and seeing you guys evolve through all of the little heart transformations every month. It's very fun. I mean, Mike, X is definitely still a popular app, but the fact that it's a popular app doesn't make it a financial success. Like, the issue is that Elon Musk ruined everything that made X a success, Twitter a success, and that's what has decimated its evaluation as a company. I don't know how to say my username either. It's a mix of Gabriel and Gabber. Gotcha. This is my first time. Ooh, you're playing through Metal Gear Solid for the first time. It's so much fun to play through the Metal Gear Solid games because they're so aware of the interactivity, you know? One of the things I love about the Metal Gear Solid games is they have so many different ways to interact with the world. They're so rich in like interaction, right? Whether it's like shooting the bottles at the beginning of Metal Gear Solid 2 and like seeing ice melt, that was mind-blowing back in the day. You could literally watch ice cubes melt, and that was like a technological marvel for the time. You know, the attention to detail. Or like the fact that like Metal Gear Solid 1 requires you to like go into first person mode and stare at asses. Like the games are just so funny and like fun in like various different ways. Like they're always fun in new and weird and interesting ways, you know? I should have joined long ago. I appreciate the reminder calls to action. That's why I do them. Thank you. I bought Zone of the Enders just for the damn demo of Metal Gear Solid 2. Zone of Enders was good on its own right, too. I need to play the Zone of Enders games. I've heard that they're really great. Let's see. I've been told oil companies will have like shiny new shit, new gaming keyboards, nice big monitors and stuff, which indicates to me that they make so much money that they can and will just buy frivolous shit for their offices. Which I know we all know oil and gas is money, but I think that speaks to the extra high level of profit they make. Probably. Though it also is just like a prestige thing, you know? They want to look like money. Going into the vents for the first time, that shit was scary, right? I mean, even like the classic joke, what's that noise? You know, like that's become a meme. But like in Metal Gear Solid 1, that is so cool. The fact that like the AI, like the character AI in that game can like hear you and can like track your movements based on noise, that's so cool. That's so cool. The Psycho Mantis fight, mind-blowing stuff. I love those games so much. I really want them to remake Metal Gear Solid 3 and do it right. I hope that the remake is good. You know, Metal Gear Solid 3 Delta is good. I hope. But man, I really dislike Konami, and I don't have faith in them. You're asking for a good name from a good game from Konami. Well, I know, right? Like that's the thing. I don't think that they're going to be able to deliver in the remake of Metal Gear Solid 3, and that bums me out so goddamn much. Well, I mean, part of the issue, Mike, is that you can have as many users as you want. You can have you know, the number of downloads as high as you want, but the thing that makes Twitter money is the advertising. And the advertising has completely dried up because Elon Musk keeps saying and doing Nazi shit. To be completely honest, you know, like dude had to like go on a trip to Auschwitz recently, and then the Holocaust survivor that he brought with him wrote an op-ed afterwards talking about how he was treated as just a photo opportunity to prove that Elon Musk isn't anti-Semitic. Like the Holocaust survivor who went with him wrote that. You know, like he's been like personally verifying different accounts that are spreading like Holocaust denial. Like, yeah, advertisers are going to other places with their ad money. And that is not great for the valuation of a company whose entire income is basically generated by advertising or selling ads. Oh, no, Brianna Huffman is so much worse. It's so much worse than when Justin Bieber went to the Anne Frank Museum. Yeah, very knifey duck. After I saw the Silent Hill 2 remake combat trailer, my hope for Metal Gear Solid 3 Delta died. It's true. I might I want to start migrating my internet presence over to Blue Sky. And now that they've like opened it up to like more users, I think I might do that more and more. Just because it's I would prefer that. If I had to pick a favorite between Metal Gear Solid 1 through 4, I think one of each of those would have been my favorite in the series at some point. 5 was great too. Man, I feel like if Kojima had been allowed to finish 5, that would have been easily the best one. But they wound up having to cut an entire chapter's worth of content, and that probably didn't do that game any favors. You know? Is Blue Sky good? Blue Sky is basically just old Twitter. It's made by the people who made old Twitter. So, it was clunky, but it's gotten better as they've rolled out more and more updates. I'm trying to use it more now that it's open to everyone. That's kind of what I think I'm going to be doing, Doodleburb. Mostly, I think I'll be, like, migrating a little bit, or maybe I'll be able to set up, like, some sort of bot that, like, reposts my posts from Blue Sky over on Twitter. I don't know. Hey, trans girl Jade, how you doing? Where you been all stream? Yeah, the main appeal of going to Blue Sky is that it has many more thirst traps of hot trans ladies, and also way less Nazis. That's the main draw. I'm being facetious about the hot trans girls, though there's certainly a lot more selfies over there. There's more thirst traps there. Yep, it's true. It's true. Yo, Foxy Cheshire, thank you for being the 100th like on the YouTube stream. And man, I didn't even have to get on your guys' case about it today. My goodness. You guys hitting 100 likes on the stream. Mike, you just knocking it out of the park today. Also, just want to say real quick. Just real quick. We have like 200 people watching right now, and that is cool as hell. Thank you all for coming out and just like chilling with me and like enjoying stream together. Being weird little folks together. Woof 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 woof. Also, just not to go all the way back into it, but I found out this is what like apparently this is what like Asian elephants look like right after they're born. And honestly, this is how my soul feels about the current online discourse in lefty spaces. This is just who I am. This is me. This creature looks like it smokes like 12 packs a day. Dog, he's not doing all right. He's got the caffeine shakes right after he finishes the monster. Oh. It's just me. We don't have to go back there. We're not going back there. I wanted to share this image with you all. I enjoyed it. I just got born and I'm already tired and sick of this shit. Yeah. It's so crusty. I feel like this is the elephant equivalent of Benjamin Button disease. If only the discourse was that cute, right? I just got here. That's a perfect elephant. I agree. The little babby needs a nap though. Love that for him. So beautiful and ugly, indeed. Oh, God. Let's see, what shall we do next? That made me happy. I'm glad. That's why I wanted to share it with you guys. Beep, boop, boop, boop. I thought I had another piece of brain rot teed up to go. Did I put it in the watch later segment? I was considering covering Ben Shapiro's debate at the University of Cambridge that happened like 3 months ago. I didn't cover it at the time, but I was thinking of going over it again here. Or not again, but like going over it here. The occasional loud click. Probably because it's probably because I messed with this a little bit. I'm going to mute my microphone so you don't have to listen to this while I try and fix it. So, in the process of trying to figure out this this issue, I realized that my microphone stand and my microphone, the top of the microphone stand, no longer are friends. So they just kind of sit one on top of the other, and this sucks. And as you can see, it's not ideal. It's really not ideal for this. Deadass thought that mic was a gun. No, no. But I am gonna need to get a new microphone stand because this sucks. I've just been like sitting here trying to like re-screw this motherfucking microphone onto this base, and like look at that. This sucks ass. My hands hurt. Hello, LB. I love spinning endlessly, only to really find out that doesn't actually fucking screw in anything. Fine. I'll just pretend like it's an actual stand. It's fine. All right. Are you still hearing the clicking? Avoiding the conflict with he who shall not be named. I already talked about the drama. It's fine. Hands hurt. They're so weak and effeminate. I love confrontation. I have no desire to have confrontations over this particular drama for pretty obvious reasons. Yum. Also, pro tip if you're trying to get off of like energy drinks, these rehab monsters are actually pretty good. Like they satisfy my need for an energy drink, but they have like 20 calories. What kind is it? It's basically like a lemonade iced tea situation. Pretty good. Would recommend. Yeah. I just think fascism is bad. Then you've come to the right place. That marketing is fucked. I can't. What? Oh yeah, no, there's still plenty of caffeine in there, but like for me, I just need a way of getting the caffeine in me that doesn't also like have 200 calories in it, you know? Oh, the marketing of a rehab energy drink? I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it if it allows me to cut that like 200 calories out of my diet. Good Hunter. The tax folder discourse, we'll say. I just like my sodies. I like sodas too, but then like I transitioned and now my body just gains weight like a motherfucker. Usually in my titties, but I would like to be somewhat healthy. You know, as a middle-aged person now. Did hormones change my palate? Yeah, insofar as like I crave salt all the time. Like salt is like I really want salt. I want it a lot. The thing is, Brianna Huffman, I don't like zero energy sodas because they generally leave like this cloying taste in my mouth. Whereas with this one, like it's just kind of an iced tea aftertaste, which I don't mind as much. And I'm not a big fan of iced tea, but like this does the trick for me. So ramen, I love ramen. But if you're going to make a ramen hack, use unsalted like can of mushroom soups, okay? Easiest way to thicken up your ramen, and it's delicious. Without making it too overbearingly salty. Red Bull has a ton of sugar. The sugar-free sucks, and some energy drinks have more B12 or B6 and not as much caffeine. I just gotta cut the sugar. Well, young black economist, give these things a shot. They're not sponsoring me, but they goddamn should be, just like Chipotle. I've heard zero sugar sodas are literal poison anyway, so good for you not drinking them. I mean, that's not why I don't drink them. I know exactly what you mean, but if you have enough zero sugar drinks, you get used to it. Had to because of diabetes. For sure. I get that. The thing I like about this is that even though, like, it's not zero sugar, like, but it has 25 calories in it, and, like, that's enough to, like, take the taste off for me. I just put actual mushrooms in mine. That's also a great strat. Yeah, I've nothing against zero sugar soda, guys. It's fine. Probably. Jarritos. Ooh, Jarritos are amazing. Don't tell me that. I need my sody pop. You can have your sody pop. I like a good sody pop. You still on? Always, cutie. Always. Also, Anthony John Carter, I see that you have been on a 3-stream streak over on Twitch. Good for you. Mainly, I'd like to be like, I would like to get back into like cosplay shape. I enjoyed doing cosplays. The main issue is I got too big for some of my old cosplays, and I would like to get back to the size where I can do my cosplays. I just don't want to think about how it's literal poison. I mean, I don't think any of it is literal poison. I adore thick cosplayers. Hell yeah. Also, the other aspect of this, and this is something that I don't think gets talked about a whole lot, it's just kind of like tacitly understood. It's really hard to be a woman in a media focused job, you know? It's really hard. And like, I edit my own stuff. I edit my own content. But like, I can't pretend like I don't see the comments that about my appearance and stuff like that. And it's just like, well, one, I know that those comments will never stop, but two, I also want to make changes so that I feel good about myself when I look at my VODs and stuff like that. When I actually sit and edit, I would like not to take as much psychic damage. Because I know you guys think I'm cute, but I don't think I'm cute is the thing, you know? And maybe that wouldn't change if I was a little bit more in shape, but I would probably feel a lot better. So, gonna give it the old shot anyway. You have good news? What's the good news? I think you look nice. I want to look hot though, you know? Like I want to look like a hot news lady. And also I know that there's like a relationship between my physical attractiveness and how many people would be more inclined to watch my stream, you know? So like there's like a whole lot of body issues that are then packaged up with like being trans and dysphoric as hell, you know? Got rid of my old fake friends? Well, good on you. Here's to new and better friends. It's true, I have to earn at least $500,000. Well, the thing is, Brianna Huffman, you should still make content, right? Just fucking go for it, right? Because the position I got to is like, I'll always feel like that, right? So I might as well make content anyway. Then I'll get better at making content. and maybe change along the way. I think you look like a hot news lady. Thank you, LB. But I've also seen the VODs, so I know that like I like move my head around to like different angles and look very not hot. My goal would be to like optimize my hotness from the different angles that you guys enjoy. Is 18 hours a long time to be awake? Yeah, kinda. I feel like trans people are very bad at like judging their appearances, just generally speaking, to Somniostatic. You think it's weird I have a teddy bear? Nah. I got a teddy bear. When my partner and I were in New York, we got each other stuffed animals. It was really cute. We have Amy Sheep and Chachi the Wonder Dog, who is an alpaca. And they're adorable, and they're gay, and they're dating. I'm 45 and sleep with a stuffed moose. Just be you. Yeah, just own it, you know? I also still have like a couple of my stuffed animals from when I was a kid. Lammy the Lamb. Yeah, some of the best names just kind of stick. I have a bear that's just called Bear. And then I have like this weird little dog, like not little, but like chonky like dog that just like sits like and his name is Manfred. Manfred the dog. Y'all are cute. I appreciate you. Okay, do you want to do Ben Shapiro debate? Like I know it's 3 months old, so we're doing some old content. Do you guys want to get back to that? You wanna grind out some more content with me, huh? Got a 4-foot tall moose? Oh my god. It's like almost a full grown minor moose. Let's say, hypothetically, Ben had a debate. Ben Shapiro. And it's a... Sorry, I just need to point this out. Oh, excuse me. This is Ben Shapiro takes on University of Cambridge. Heated. So Ben Shapiro's love life might not be that heated, but his debates are. Aw. Hi, Lulu. I'm sorry, I'm looking at like 3 different chats and trying to do a show. I don't instantly know when people are talking to me. Here we go.
Without further ado, can I announce Mr. Ben Shapiro?
One thing I want to know is, are these chairs comfy? Are these comfy chairs? They look like they might be comfy, but they also look like they could be very uncomfortable. Like maybe these aren't broken in. You know, it's hard to tell from afar.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate being here. It's very kind of you to offer. Last week, this university's opera society announced that it would be canceling a performance of George Frederick Handel's Saul. That opera, of course, tells the biblical story of King Saul, the first king of the Jews, and his conflict.
Wait. Captain Crockpot, you look lovely. I'm 55 years old and I sleep with a stuffed tribble named Trilby. Oh, that's adorable. That's really cute. I like that. Thank you for sharing. I know this is kind of depressing, but did Jack hear about the leaks of Republican politicians saying that their ultimate goal is to ban gender transition for absolutely everyone in the U.S.? Yeah. Those happened in the past too, but it's happening more and more because like it's becoming more of a reality, like more of a thing that they might be able to actually get done. So they're talking about it more. Who are these little boys? Oxford University students and Ben Shapiro.
With the soon-to-be King David. So why precisely was this performance of this great work of art canceled? Max Mason, director of the show, explained, quote, "Given the parallels of this conflict, the production team made the difficult decision to cancel Saul. We came to the unanimous conclusion that our production was not in the place to fully confront the issues that have striking synchronicity with the ongoing Middle East conflict." So what exactly were those striking parallels? In the opera, David kills Goliath, a Philistine. The Jew wins, the Philistine loses. This is apparently in some way offensive. Offensive, perhaps, to those who sympathize with those who slaughter babies in their cribs and rape and kidnap women en masse, who shoot Holocaust survivors in the head and bind together parents and children before burning them alive. It is no coincidence that the statement from the Cambridge Opera Society avoided all mention of Hamas in describing the, quote, unfolding situation in Gaza. Now, this makes no sense. Never mind that the Philistines literally have nothing to do with the Palestinian Arabs of today. The Philistines were likely Mycenaean Greeks. Never mind that the story of David and Saul lies at the root of Judeo-Christian culture, raising serious and fascinating questions about power and morality.
I'm sorry, just real quick. Philistine relation to Palestine. Philistine, one of a people of Aegean origin who settled on the southern coast of Palestine in the 12th century BCE, about the time of the arrival of the Israelites. So it has maybe something to do with them. Just throwing that out there.
Never mind the spectacular music of Handel. The opera had to be canceled, lest the supporters of barbarians be offended. The same week the Opera Society canceled Handel, the Cambridge Student Union considered a motion blaming Hamas's slaughter of innocents on, quote, decades of violent oppression of the Palestinian people by the Israeli state, and demanding that the student union, quote, condemn the British government's support for the Israeli state. That same motion called for a mass uprising on both sides of the Green Line and across the Middle East. The barbarians and their supporters, unfortunately, are inside the gates. That is why anti-Semitic hate crime is up 1,350% in London over the past few weeks. That is why imams shout in Nottingham, "O Muslim, here is a Jew behind me, kill him." And that is why 100,000 people march in London in support of Hamas. So let's take a moment to consider an obvious question. How is it that at this prestigious institution of intellectual achievement, and so many others like it, there's now a powerful coalition of interests making excuses for terrorist groups? The answer to that question is decades in the making. And the story begins with Western apologism. Much of the
I will say a couple of things here. This is actually a very strong opening by Ben Shapiro. It's not a correct framing. It's not, I'm not sure whether it's correct on the particulars. For example, I don't necessarily think that there are moms running around London calling for Jews to be executed or what have you. But the rhetoric is strong, even if the facts are not. You know, like if you were like a conservative walking into this, even slightly inclined to agree with Ben Shapiro, that's going to be a very convincing opening, is the point I'm trying to make here. Good night, winners and losers.
The West has spent the past few decades apologizing not for its sins, which you should apologize for, but for its very existence. The West's sins, so the logic goes, are so deep and abiding that they can only have sprung from the inherent evils of Western philosophy and culture, and the only corrective is Western suicide. The West, the argument goes, must, quote-unquote, decolonize itself. That argument...
Oh, boy. Okay, never mind. The rhetoric has now hit the wall at full speed. I love that his understanding of colonialism is that by decolonizing, the West is committing suicide. We should hold on to our colonies. That's insane, dog.
It originally springs from the pen of Francophone radical Frantz Fanon in his 1961 book, The Wretched of the Earth. Fanon, a member of the Algerian National Liberation Front, put forth a shockingly violent treatise calling for revolution of the colonized against their colonizers. Fanon didn't merely call for the end of colonialism a la Gandhi. Instead, he called explicitly for violence, which he saw as purifying in all of its varied forms. Fanon theorized that revolutionary violence would usher in the new man, free from the evils of the West.
Ben Shapiro, I wonder if maybe America had some thinkers like that prior to the American Revolution. I wonder if maybe America was literally born out of similar rhetoric of decolonizing themselves. Something to think about.
Decolonization, he wrote, is always a violent event. Decolonization, he wrote, which sets out to change the order of the world, is clearly an agenda for total disorder. In its bare reality, Fanon wrote, decolonization reeks of red-hot cannonballs and bloody knives. Violence, disorder, bloody knives. That's the essence of Fanon's decolonization. The colonized must take everything from the colonizer in the name of restoring himself as a human being. Decolonization justifies any response. In fact, it requires any response.
BBBBB says the Philistines were most likely Greek or whatever, but had absolutely ceased to exist by 500 BCE. Anyone who was a Philistine was either killed or absorbed into one of the surrounding cultures. After the Bar Kokhba revolt, 132 CE, more than 600 years later, the Romans renamed Judea Syria-Palestina to reference those old enemies. Modern Palestinians have nothing to do with the Philistines except in the name. Oh, that's very interesting. Thanks for the historical insight. I appreciate it.
The West must be destroyed, for the West is colonized. Quote, when the colonized hear a speech on Western culture, they draw their machetes, or at least check to see they are close at hand, says Fanon. When the colonized hear a handle saw, they pick up a machete. Such hatred of colonial power was at least somewhat understandable in Algeria. But Fanon wasn't merely making the case for revolutionary violence in Algeria. He was making the case for revolutionary violence pretty much everywhere. The man who made that clear was existentialist and Marxist Jean-Paul Sartre. Sartre's introduction to Fanon's Wretched of the Earth makes the case not only that the colonized have an ultimate right to violence, but that the entire West must be collapsed from within. Violence, says Sartre, is man reconstructing.
Basically, he's railing against the idea of like violent decolonialism.
Himself. Killing a European is killing two birds with one stone, eliminating in one go oppressor and oppressed, leaving one man dead and the other man free.
Yeah, OS Crane, I love having BBBBB in chat because like they know their stuff. They know their stuff about like Jewish culture and history. And I really appreciate the insight because I do not know those things off the top of my head.
The only honorable thing for the West to do is join in on its cultural suicide. Quote, you who are so liberal, so humane, who take the love of culture to the point of affectation, you
Who's
pretend...
the sickly Victorian child on the left? A student at the University of Cambridge, I would imagine.
To forget that you have colonies where massacres are committed in your name, writes Sartre. We must recognize, he explains, that we are all complicit in, quote, a 1,000-year oppression. Our beloved values are losing their features. If you take a closer look, there is not one that isn't tainted with blood. So how exactly does the West recover from its guilt? By joining in on the violence against our own civilization. And how can we tell?
It says the University of Cambridge.
The enemy? Well, you attack the powerful. The colonizers are the powerful. The colonized are the powerless. Therefore, the powerful everywhere must be the colonizers and the powerless their victims.
No, this is a willful misunderstanding of the terminology.
This is how, for example, Israel, the ultimate case of decolonization in human history, after return of a native population to its homeland and its battle to throw off the shackles of the British Empire, became today's hottest decolonization cause. Sartre's radical call has been taken up sporadically both at home and abroad. As critical theorist Homi Bhabha points out in his foreword,
they fought the British Empire, that's true, but so that they could establish a country on land that was already occupied by people who lived there. That's what the entire That's where the colonized dynamic comes from between Israel and Palestine.
Or to Fanon's book, the Black Panthers found inspiration in Fanon, so did the Iranian revolutionaries. The false binary, oppressor versus oppressed, can be transmuted into literally any form and used by any evil cause. And it is. Now, the coalition of Fanon's wretched of the earth, that's his phrase, of course, could not materialize immediately. Despite the emptying of churches and the deconstruction of Western curricula, so long as the Soviet Union loomed as a counterexample to the evils of the West could still stand up for itself in contradistinction to the vicious predations of the Soviets. But after the fall of the Soviet Union, the West lost its way. The West, now completely dominant, hegemonic, believed it had reached Francis Fukuyama's end of history. The Western liberalism would now inherently dominate the globe. But the West was unprepared to defend its own principles on their own merits. The West, by actually achieving hegemony, opened itself wide to the charge that it was now the great oppressor. In the words of deconstructionists,
I think the West opened themselves up to that distinction by engaging in things like the scramble for Africa and actively cultivating colonies across the face of the earth. That's what cultivated that. That wasn't my God.
Jacques Derrida, writing in Critique of Foucault.
The loud static noise is happening every so often. I'm wondering if it's because my phone is too close to the thing. I don't know. See here. Gonna do a thing. Might crash the computer. Might have crashed the computer. Gonna find out. Streaming software still working. Maybe this will work now. Kind of sounds like the plug getting bumped. I mean, it might be this. Might be the cable. Well, I unplugged it and then I plugged it back in. I've only read the first quarter of Wretched of the Earth, but Ben is either an idiot or willfully misunderstanding the book if he's haven't even read it. Yeah. I mean, he's willfully misunderstanding what the colonizer colonized distinction is. Like, that's a pretty simple intro, and he's not understanding.
Fukuyama, quote, "It must be cried out at a time when some have the audacity to neo-evangelize in the name of the ideal of a liberal democracy that has finally realized itself as the ideal of human history. Never have violence, inequality, exclusion, famine, and thus economic oppression affected as many human beings in the history of the earth and of humanity." That, of course, was a radical lie. Suggesting that 1991 was the apex of human suffering is simply ridiculous. But the West was unprepared to defend against the lie, having emptied itself of the central pillars of its own culture decades before, having handed over its major educational institutions to members of the anti-Western coalition in the name of tolerance and diversity. No wonder Sartre's radicalism has now become a mass movement.
You know, it's odd, right? Because I think Ben Shapiro would argue, for example, that ending the institution of slavery in the United States improved America. Right? I believe he would make that argument. He would at least accept that premise, right? But he doesn't see undoing, like, exploitation of foreign countries, foreign people, as a similar good. Well, Bill Casey, I've heard him make that argument before. He did a debate / interview with I think Cosmic Skeptic or something like that. A YouTuber, like, from the atheist YouTube segment, where he essentially made that argument. I'm not sure if he would mean it either, but I think that just generally he would accept that. premise due to like the optics of, you know, not accepting it. So it's interesting to me that he would not also accept that the United States, for example, not participating in slave labor abroad would be a good thing. I think he would accept that, and that's essentially what the colonies were, right? Like, if you accept that the British Empire was exploiting the American colonies, right? If you accept that premise and that merits revolution in Ben Shapiro's eyes to form a new, more perfect union, right? Then I don't understand how he can similarly stand there and say, well, decolonizing is actually anti-West. It's actually a horrible, horrible thing to be decolonial when America itself was born out of decolonizing the country.
A mass movement starting on campus, but not ending there. Cornel West, a black Marxist radical who's now running for president in the United States, says that colonialism isn't a, quote, far-from-home problem. The West must be demolished. For Fanon, West says, revolutionary internationalism, anti-imperialism...
Like, I'm genuinely curious, when Ben Shapiro says, like, or quotes, you know, Cornel West, saying the West needs to be demolished, does he literally think that the, like Cornel West is calling for a bulldozer to, like, personally, like, destroy all the infrastructure and buildings and homes of the West? Like, what does that mean? What does he think it means? Because he never really delves into that at all, which is very convenient for his points.
Anti-capitalist, anti-colonialist, anti-patriarchal.
Yeah, exactly, Erica. That's kind of the point I'm making here. He's using it to further his rhetorical argument. And this is why I think, by the way, we need to have red schools again. Like, rhetoric used to be like a mainstay of schooling. And I think we would do well to bring it back a little bit, because I think it would enable a lot of people to identify the bullshit that Ben Shapiro is spouting here and where it's coming from and how it's bullshit.
Supremacist yields a new humanism that puts a premium on the psychic, social, and political needs of poor and working peoples, a solidarity and universality from below. This is how the coalition is built. And the coalition is now active. The alliance of the supposedly marginalized march together, arm in arm, toward the destruction of the West. Nothing need bind them but hatred for the West's institutions and values. And that is why Handel will not be played in deference to fans of Hamas at one of the great institutions in Western history. But Handel should be played. He must be played, because the West values are better than the values of Hamas. Because powerlessness alone does not confer moral decency. Because no one should actually be ashamed or upset that David killed Goliath. The capital P Philistines of yesterday have become the Philistines, small p, of today.
I don't think anyone's upset about the story of David killing Goliath, frankly.
And those Philistines do indeed march alongside Hamas and its allies, seeking the destruction of the West and its culture. They must be stopped. And they can only be stopped if the West stops being ashamed of itself and begins to defend its own values. Thank you.
Don't clap for that. Oh, God.
Thank you, Ben. I think there's a lot there that our members will want to touch on later. So what we're going to try and do now is just try and cover quite a broad range of topics to give us some background. You talked there about Western values there. And what I think when we see and when we look to the US is perhaps an absence of Western values, particularly when we think about democracy. We look to Trump, who claims various claims about the election. And then we see in the Republican race at the moment that he's on, what, plus 48 or something. Do we think it's an inevitability then that he's going to gain the nomination?
I would say inevitability is a bit strong, but certainly...
Yeah, keep in mind this is from 3 months ago.
He has the upper hand in the nomination process. It'd be very surprising if he didn't win the nomination given his polling lead at this point.
And you're a known critic of him, obviously. But given the lawsuits, the January the 6th riots and all that,
I literally know a guy who was friends with Ben Shapiro's childhood friend. Or not childhood friend. Sorry. I know a guy who knows Ben Shapiro's sister's husband. It's very weird. So I guess I'm 2 degrees of separation from Ben Shapiro as well, BBB.
Do you think there's nothing that he could do whereby he wouldn't maintain his appeal in the light of his followers?
I think it'd be very difficult
I know
to
a guy
undermine
who
his
knows a
appeal
guy,
because
yeah.
there's such massive trust
Ask
problems
to
in the United
debate him.
States. There's no sort of common source of facts, number one. Number two, there's been pushes, both legitimate against Trump and illegitimate against Trump, and those have now been conflated by his supporters into all opposition to Trump is fundamentally illegitimate. And that obviously is not true. Some of the things said about Trump, that he's a Russian stooge, that he's working for Vladimir Putin, that kind of stuff, that was false. The argument that Donald Trump doesn't particularly have a lot of care for the institutions of democracy is clearly true. But supporters, because of the binary nature of American politics, and because everything is so polarized right now, tend to resonate to every critique of Trump as though it is equally false to the Russia stuff that Trump is constantly talking about. And so it's very difficult to sort of break that stranglehold. And I mean, let's be real about what Trump is. Trump is not a policy solution to a policy problem. What Trump is a giant orange pulsating middle finger to a lot of the so-called elites in America, people who believe that they have quote-unquote better values.
I love that Ben Shapiro is basically coming straight out and saying, yeah, Donald Trump's a fascist and we love it about him.
Values and who live on the coast.
I guess this is a debate. I think they're going to open it up to the floor and have different people like enter into the ring against him.
Well, what you're watching in America play out, and Trump is just the avatar of this, is a breaking culture. And you're seeing that in broader scale via the sorting of population that's happening, where people who are more conservative, like my family, we lived in California, which is a blue state. We moved from California to Florida, which is a red state. And you're seeing a lot of that happen both ways, although the net migration right now is very heavily toward the red states.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then, I mean, the other topic of conversation in the US at the moment is obviously the Speaker of the US House. Would you say when Kevin McCarthy was quite unceremoniously kicked out, do you think he deserved it?
No, I think that was ridiculous and stupid. And served virtually no purpose. Matt Gaetz, this is again another incentive problem in American politics right now. Yuval Levin has pointed out, as a philosopher in the United States, and he's pointed out that it used to be that people entered institutions in order to be shaped by those institutions. You went to Cambridge to be shaped by Cambridge. You entered Congress in order to be shaped by Congress and become a Congress person. And now people use institutions as platforms. And so what you see more and more often in Congress, and this is a bipartisan problem, is Congress people who are getting elected not to do the work of being in Congress, but instead to get on TV, to have a podcast. They want to do what I do for a living, right? And so what they've decided to do is use electoral office as a platform to do what I do for a living. And what that ends up with very often is complete political inability and a lot of grandstanding, So Matt Gaetz, who's the one who overthrew McCarthy, right? 8 Republicans voted along with every Democrat to get rid of McCarthy. Matt Gaetz had no plan. I mean, his entire plan was just to make a big fuss and then to essentially lie, I think, to the American people by saying that something better would certainly come along when the incentives are not aligned that way. First of all, I think that the greatest lie in politics is that it's really just a matter of kicking the bums out and getting new bums. I don't think that's the way that politics works. As Thomas Sowell has suggested, if you really want to make a change in politics...
Yeah, the absolute intellectual titan, Thomas, things were better during Jim Crow Sowell.
You have to change the incentive structures, not just change the people. You can change the people, but that's not changing the underlying incentive structure, so the decision-making process stays very similar.
But so we do have a change of personnel. We have Mike Johnson, who's very much an unknown in the UK, certainly.
In the US, too.
In the US, too.
Heard of him until 5 minutes ago, yeah.
So what do you think we can expect from Congress under his leadership?
I think very much the same sort of thing. I think that you will see him get more leeway from Matt Gaetz because it's Matt Gaetz' fault that he's there. So I think that what you'll see is that the Republicans are going to solidify more around Johnson than they were around McCarthy, which means he'll actually, ironically, have more leeway to cut deals over budgets and things with Democrats. Right? McCarthy had very little leeway because he was afraid he was going to get kicked out. Well, now Gaetz can't pull the same trick twice. And so the question is, who kicks him out if he signs a continuing resolution or something? He'll have a little bit more leeway to work.
Okay. And then, as I said, we're going to try and cover quite a wide range. So looking back over here to the UK, it being where we are, I want to touch briefly on populism. So post-Brexit, post-Boris, post-Corbyn, we now have something some have referred to as a bit of the battle of the boards, Sunak, Starmer. So do you think that the much sort of vaunted rise of populism in the UK, in the US, do you think that's sort of diminished now? Are we entering more of a serious period?
I wish we were entering more of a serious period. I'm not a huge fan of populism. I don't actually think that populism is a philosophy. I think it's an appeal. You see left-wing populists who look like Bernie Sanders in the United States and right-wing populists who look like Donald Trump in the United States. And very often they sort of agree on this.
Man, I love that in his example, it's you have your right-wing populists like Donald Trump, you know, frothing at the mouth, trying to convince people to do a violent insurrection. On the other hand, you have Bernie Sanders, a nice old man you'd want to like eat toaster strudel with.
Quasi-conspiracy theory that whatever you do is not your fault. There are forces at work at play that are really deciding your fate. And so only I can solve, right? That's something that Trump said, but it's certainly something that Bernie could have said. And so I'm not a big fan of that because I really don't think the government is particularly good at solving a lot of people's problems. When it comes to more boring politics, I certainly think that there is going to be a revolt of the middle in a lot of these countries where people say, I'm tired of the spectacular. All I want is just somebody who's going to sit in the chair and do the basic job and leave me alone. And as I've said in the United States, I think that first party to sanity wins. And, obviously everyone in the room.
Yeah, I really hate how Thomas Sowell is like becoming like the conservative movement's like go-to like token black intellectual. It sucks. Literally, dude has never published it. Wait, he's never published anything? I thought he had like several books and essays. Are those like not like officially published works? He bothers the fuck out of me. Would love to grill him. Makes black economists look bad. That's the only one people know. Yeah, right. Exactly. That's what he's been. Well, no. He has been. It's just that he's been gaining more traction within conservative talking heads like Ben and Candace Owens,
Literally. Will know British politics better than I do. I would assume
I didn't realize that Thomas Sowell hadn't ever published any academic papers and instead had just went straight into publishing books, which is very interesting. So they aren't peer reviewed. That's wild, dude. That's so convenient for him and his body of work.
That maybe some of the same forces are at work.
Talking of sanity then, the NHS. So you've said many times that you believe that healthcare is not a right. That's obviously very different to what the vast majority of the UK believes. But do you believe there's any sort of benefit to the structure of our healthcare system in the UK, to the sort of nationalized social system? Is there anything there that you could see that might improve the system in the US?
I mean, there's certainly many things that could improve the system in the US. Whether the NHS is the solution to that problem, I have serious doubts about. The NHS has serious structural problems in terms of its spending, in terms of its cost, in terms of its debts, in terms of the future growth of the NHS. And all of those are things that politicians are going to kick down the can until disaster arrives, which is usually the story with literally every social system. In the United States, that'd be Medicare.
So he's a plant? I mean, he's a convenient... I wouldn't say he's a plant. I would say he's a convenient tool for conservatives who have then propped him up in his career for his entire life, essentially.
And Social Security. But, as far as could the United States system be improved? Sure. I mean, there are plenty of different models that I think work better than the United States system, ranging from Singapore to Switzerland. And they have various different wrinkles to them, ranging from privately sold healthcare that's mandated to cooperative healthcare in certain areas. There are a lot of different models for it. My generalized objection to nationalized healthcare is that inevitably you'll end up with somebody who is not you making a decision about your healthcare. And that person is going to inevitably...
Yeah. Except in a privatized system, the person who's making a decision about your healthcare is an insurance agent who wants to make a profit for the company. That's the difference. My God, Ben.
Going to have to take some cost into account, and you are not really part of that process. And that seems to me incredibly dangerous. As far as my statement that healthcare is not a right, I mean that very specifically. I think that we really, really overbroadly use the word right. Like all the time we use it, and we use it, it's a semantically overloaded term. So a right can simultaneously mean a thing that's good for you to have, which is not a right. That's a thing that's good for you to have. It's not the same thing, right? I love having pizza. That doesn't mean that I have a right to pizza. It does mean, however...
No, Ben, but you do have a human right to food, a human right to water.
That the government does not have the ability to stop me from having pizza, or should not have that ability. So in that sense, I do have a right to have pizza. So I don't have a right to have pizza provided by you, but I do have a right to have pizza that the government cannot prohibit me from having. Right, so I think that we have to be very clear what we mean when we say that somebody has a right to a thing. There's a legal theorist in the late 19th, early 20th century named William Hofeld.
I mean, he would argue that you don't, right? Yeah, of course he would argue that you don't have a right to anything. But that's because Ben Shapiro doesn't believe in things like rights.
He broke down rights into 4 separate categories, ranging from privileges to...
Wait, did I miss a question here? Thomas Sowell, the right-wing MLK. Yeah, Thomas Sowell is basically like, his basic thesis can be summed up in his opinion that black people were better off during Jim Crow. That is his fundamental thesis as like a thinker. And that is deeply, deeply sad and should be deeply troubling anytime you hear someone cite Thomas Sowell.
Immunities, things that you're morally apathetic about, so you have a right to choose on a moral level whether to have a hamburger or not today, as long as you're not a vegan, and that's a matter of apathy. So that's a matter of moral apathy, but you also have rights that are immunities from government, where you don't want the government pragmatically to have enough power to stop you from doing a thing, even if you think that that thing is immoral, because the government with that power can too broadly apply it. So I think we have to be very clear when I say healthcare is not a right, I don't mean that it isn't.
Fenry, I would love nothing better than to watch a 1-minute cleanse of a cute cat. My main problem is, not too long ago, I did a quick cleanse with cute hamster videos, and got like absorbed by the channel, watched like a couple of their longer videos, and then they sent me a DMCA strike and tried to blackmail me for thousands of dollars. So we're not gonna do that one. Sorry.
A good thing to have. Healthcare is an amazing thing to have and a necessary thing to have. I do mean that you do not have a right to demand that somebody else provide you that healthcare. That right does not exist.
Mm-hmm. And then one final question before we get some saucy ones from the floor.
Yeah, they wanted to charge me like $15,000 and threatened to take me to court if I didn't pay.
When we invited you here today, when we announced that you were coming, there was a lot of criticism, a lot of controversy. We're obviously a free speech society, but what do you think that says about free speech? I mean,
that was what started Copyright Fortress? Yep.
There was a lot of different words used, but it was slightly unpleasant, as some might say. Well, what do you think that says about free speech?
Yeah. What does that say about free speech?
Yeah.
It says that free speech is thriving. I've never objected to people who protest or ask difficult questions of me. I mean, that's legitimately the process. And so whenever there are people who are upset that I'm coming, you know, as long as I'm still able to come, that's their prerogative, and they're perfectly...
I'm not going to say anything. Not going to make any crude jokes over what Ben just said there. Just know that I'm thinking them.
I have no problem with that whatsoever.
Super. Okay. Let's get on to the questions from the floor then. So if you want to take your place at dispatch box, we're going to move to our first question.
Ooh,
so please.
Let's go. Question time, baby.
Hi, Ben.
Howdy.
So over the last couple of weeks, you've been making this point that there's no moral equivalency between what Hamas did on October 7 and what Israel's response has been. But do you think there is a point at which the civilian death toll no longer justifies the actions of Israel, or do you think that alternatively Israel can justifiably kill every last civilian as long as its goal is to destroy Hamas?
So Israel should do its best to avoid killing civilians in destroying Hamas. However, there is no number where it goes from every life obviously being valuable. There's no number, however, where it goes from 10,000 to 10,001, at which point it has entered the realm of disproportion. That's not how war works. If war worked that way, no one would ever win one. It also completely
he says this, right? And this is an argument I've heard him make in the past. But like clearly in war, there are acceptable and unacceptable levels of casualties, right? Like you can't like if you're killing like 10 million people, say 10 million civilians in a country that has 20 million people in it, I think that is certainly a point at which you're like you pause as even an invading power, right? We're talking war crimes. We're talking we're talking genocides. And I think that there's a point at which it is I think reasonable for any military organization to say this is too many civilian deaths. So the question here is, Ben, like at what point is that reached? And Ben just continually sidesteps the question. He doesn't actually like engaging with it.
It destroys, I talked about incentive structures, it destroys the incentive structure for military units to act in ways that do not put civilian lives in danger, to allow Hamas immunity by dint of the fact that they are deliberately hiding among civilian populations. If you actually want people to not hide among civilian populations, then there have to be serious penalties to those groups for doing that sort of thing. Providing a ceasefire to the terrorist group as they hide under the ground is precisely the reverse of that.
But do you not realize that in using Hamas's disregard for civilian life to justify Israel's action, you are establishing the same equivalency that you are rejecting?
Please explain.
If you say that Hamas is hiding behind civilians, therefore we have a right to go after Hamas, despite the fact that we will get a lot of civilians in the way, you're using the fact that your enemy is evil to justify your own evil actions.
No, I'm lamenting the fact that the enemy is evil. That's a different thing. I'm lamenting the fact that Hamas is hiding beneath civilians, and I'm suggesting
you're lamenting. That's an interesting way of rephrasing what he just said.
If Israel has to get done what it has to get done, that lies with Hamas. That's not, it's not, the death of civilians here is unjustifiable across the board, but is blameworthy on Hamas's part. There's a difference between death being justifiable.
I just really, I hope someone brings it up in this, but like, I want Ben to answer the question about like, if a gunman takes like a bank full of hostages, if it would be acceptable to bomb that bank, to kill everyone inside the bank and destroy the bank itself in order to kill the person with a gun holding them hostage. Because under Ben's justification here, it would be a fine way to resolve that conflict. Why even bother trying to save the people inside? Just kill all of them.
In these circumstances, in the sense that it's ever morally praiseworthy or good, and where you place the blame for that death. I mean, that's a pretty obvious moral point. And to suggest that it's somehow a celebration of the death of civilians to point out that Hamas is hiding beneath them is to miss the point entirely. The entire point is that it's horrifying what Hamas is doing. If Hamas wants to end this all today, all they have to do is surrender. That's literally all they have to do. They have to walk out of the tunnels with their arms up and hand the hostages back to the Israelis, and this all goes away literally tomorrow.
That's not how that would work at all. We've literally, and again, this is 3 months ago, so the situation was different at the time, maybe, but like, not that different. They've been shooting released hostages who were waving white flags of surrender. They have killed hostages, and by they I mean the IDF, not Hamas.
So all of this moral heartburn that people are having.
Bibi Netanyahu just this week rejected a peace plan, like a peace proposal from Hamas that would have basically been all of that. It would have given all of the hostages back, would have de-escalated the situation. The one thing it would have done, however, that Israelis probably would not be happy about is leave Hamas in power in Gaza. And obviously that was an untenable factor of that proposal.
over Israel attempting to destroy a terrorist group that just murdered 1,500 civilians in their beds, including babies burned alive in ovens. The heartburn over that, because Hamas has simultaneously mistreated its own.
I wonder where Ben's rage is over Palestinian babies burned to death in ovens by settler violence. Oddly enough, I've never heard him talk about that.
Citizens, and so that's somehow Israel's responsibility. So Israel has to allow its own civilians to be put at risk because Hamas is deliberately putting its civilians at risk. Hamas is the governing body in the Gaza Strip. They've robbed their own citizens blind to the tune of billions of dollars. They have a $500 million investment portfolio in real estate around the globe, while 80% of their citizens are living in poverty. They took all the water pipes out of the ground and carved them into rockets. And somehow Israel is supposed to stop from deposing them because they're so cruel to their own civilians? That logic doesn't work in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask a question on the topic of universal basic income. So last year, Andy Burnham, the mayor of Greater Manchester, said that universal basic income was an idea whose time had come, as he spoke on the cost of living crisis. Today, the Welsh government is running a pilot guaranteed income scheme, and England has just launched a similar trial. Do you believe that universal basic income is something that can reduce poverty and guard the workforce?
You're right on the money there. Wait, how many Gazans have to die before Israel achieves? How does flattening the civilians on top of Hamas harm Hamas, right? Like, it doesn't. And also the leadership of Hamas is in Qatar, like, and Turkey. Like, they're not there. You could level the entire Gaza Strip. It's not gonna, like, get rid of them.
Potential technological advances such as AI or automation.
I'm not a huge fan of the idea of universal basic income, except as a possible replacement for all the other welfare schemes. So if you were to take all the other welfare schemes, which are badly administered, and basically wrap them into one and call it UBI as a substitute or replacement, it still wouldn't be my ideal, but I think that it might be better. As far as the effect of universal basic income, the question obviously is at what level? How much does it disincentivize work? There have been various attempts at this. Some have been discontinued because they've been failures. Others are still continuing, obviously. And so we're waiting to see the impact or effect of that. The other problem is that when you give a universal basic income to everyone, the natural effect of that is to increase prices, which requires more universal basic income, which requires increased prices, which requires more.
Citation needed. That does not appear to be the case from the actual real-world application of universal basic income.
Universal basic income. Helicopter money tends to create inflation. I know that's something that over the past 40 years seemed to be not a concern, but obviously now it's a major concern. And it turns out that when you just spend money through a fire hose, as every Western government did in the year 2020, 2021, 2022, that increases prices. Well, essentially, 2020 was a great experiment in universal basic income. In the United States, everybody just got paid to stay home. I mean, the government just blew out the money, and we're still seeing the effects of that. So I have a hard time believing that a solid, real universal...
Wait, no. What we saw was people used money on basic goods and services and kept the economy afloat. What we saw was actually the success of what a universal basic income program can do. People were able to stay housed. People were able to buy food. But Ben is just lying here.
Basic income for millions of people wouldn't have a similar effect on price wage spirals, on disincentivization of work, and on the fiscal health of the country.
Okay, but do you not believe that, firstly, during the pandemic, we saw this huge increase in welfare payments with very little changes in taxes? If anything, there was less taxation. And by providing a universal basic income, we're giving individuals the opportunity to choose and decide what they decide to spend their money on, and whether they want to allocate that on health or on education. And does that not align with the liberal values which you so regularly preach?
So, I mean, if again, as a substitute for other forms of welfare, I generally agree. I also see a train running down the track, which is what happens when a lot of people use their universal basic.
So I've heard that landlords in particular would up their rent in those experiments if they found out that was a thing. I think the government would have to start enforcing their anti-price gouging laws more diligently. Well, so part of it is we need to enforce our, like, we need to enforce laws on landlords. That's like number one issue, right? Because it is true that in response to universal basic income, prices of rent would go up. But that's something we can easily fix with legislation that prevents that. Like some form of price control, rent control would instantly like make that a non-issue, right? And we need those laws anyway. So the goal would be you put those laws in place and then you implement the UBI program.
Basic income to buy lotto tickets, which is one of the problems, right? Very, very often in the United States, for example, you have to. Our welfare programs are means tested.
I love how he's like, well, if you give people UBI, they'll just spend them on lotto tickets. It's like, nah, we don't actually see that from the data, Ben. That's just a straw man you made up because you hate homeless people. You hate the poor.
And they are very often specifically allocated to particular...
Like if a poor person gets money and has a choice between buying themselves a sandwich or buying themselves a lotto ticket, they're going to buy themselves the sandwich, Ben. You know, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Get with the program.
Particular goals. So, for example, EBT cards in the United States are for food stamps. You can only use them for particular products. Giving people cash, if they spend their cash on things that keep them in poverty, and then come back to the government with their handout saying, well, I didn't pay for my health care, I didn't pay for my kids' schooling, I didn't pay for the school books, but I definitely paid for my lottery ticket. I have a feeling the same people who are now advocating for universal basic income will be looking back to the government to fill that gap again.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Man, I want a little bit more zest from these questioners.
Hi, Ben. Thank you for coming. I just wanted to ask, what is your view on the fact that bans on abortion do lead to about a 21% increase in pregnancy-related deaths when you hold that your views on abortion and abortion bans are based in the fact that you have a desire to protect life and save lives because every human being is made in God's image?
Because I think we're going to have a fundamental disconnect here. The entire abortion debate is centered on whether indeed an unborn child or a human life with potential is in fact that, or if it is just a ball of cells. If you believe that there is inherent...
a human life with potential, Ben. Are you talking about, how about sperms? Do the sperms in your balls have human life potential? Surely if circumstances align, right, Ben? So should we make it illegal to just jerk off?
Value to a fetus, then I am seeking to preserve that life as well as the life of the mother. If you look at the raw numbers in terms of, for example, in the United States, 1 million abortions a year. Let's assume that laws banning abortion in the United States were universal. Those 1 million abortions go away tomorrow. That's an effective law. The abortions go away, but there's also a concomitant increase in the number of women who are seeking back alley abortions, for example. There's a concomitant increase in the number of women who are dying in pregnancy-related child...
I think his argument is just going to be they deserve it. I think that's going to be his argument. If I'm being 100% honest with y'all, I think his argument is just going to be, well, they deserve it. They knew the risks when they opened up their legs.
Childbirth, that would not be 1 million. That would be a lot lower than 1 million, because 1 million women out of 1 million women, that would suggest that 1 million abortions would, if brought to term, 1 million of those women would die. That's obviously not true. So for me, an abortion prevented is a life saved. And you have to weigh that against what you're talking about, which is the life of the mother when it comes to a pregnancy. Now, even as a fan of pro-life position, and I'm a deeply pro-life person, I still have an exception for the life of the mother. So if the life...
You know, it's interesting, Ben, because that can't actually be acted upon. You know, the hospital has to be able to prove that they're doing it to preserve the life of the mother, and that is a high bar of evidence if, like, they're risking their entire practice. They're risking their livelihoods. They're risking everything on that judgment. And it's way safer for them to simply say, your life's not at risk. It's way financially safer for these institutions to just ignore the life of the mother exception, which is what we find that they do.
If the mother is endangered by a pregnancy, then abortion would be legal. That's true for every pro-lifer in the United States, by the way, including the most pro-life people, including me. So, you know, I think that in order to make the argument that you're making, you would have to assume that there is no cost to abortion remaining legal in terms of lives lost.
Okay, so you're doing it on a utilitarian basis.
Well, I'm doing it on lives saved.
Oh, okay. I love her. I love her. She's just like, oh, so you're doing it on a utilitarian basis. Okay. And he's just like, no. No. Don't. Stop. Like, look at his eyebrows going up there. He does not want to be framed in the utilitarian mindset because, frankly, he's spent so much of his career railing against the dangers and evils of utilitarianism that when he gets called out for that thinking right here, he freaks the fuck out.
Basis, yes.
Well, yeah, so,
sure,
a
yes,
utilitarian
sure,
basis,
sure.
right. So then if you
He does
look
not
at
like that.
comprehensive sex education, which the US does not have, a lot of people in rural areas don't have any form of sex education. You yourself have said, and I quote, on a general level, I don't think that teachers should be talking about sex in the classroom with kids at all at any age. It's shown that comprehensive and correct sex education reduces rates of abortion and teen pregnancy. So then if your goal is to save lives, why do you not support comprehensive sex education? Because it seems like your goal is something else.
No, because these first of all, I would like to see the studies that you're citing in support of that
So
particular
that study
idea.
is the University of Washington.
Okay,
study.
and they're
Yo, she came with receipts, dog. This is amazing.
plenty of other studies in the United States that suggest essentially no difference in, for example, unwed pregnancy in the United States.
Can I have those studies?
What can you have them? You can look at the pregnancy.
Oh man. He asked her for her studies and she immediately gave them, and then she asked him for his and he couldn't do it, dude. Oh, that's amazing. How come more people were talking about this? This is amazing. It doesn't matter. It matters to me. I'm having fun watching him get read.
Rates in California, New York, Massachusetts.
I just gave you my reference.
I mean, I'm happy to I'm happy to email you references if you so choose.
I wonder if Ben Shapiro ever followed up with an email to her. I would love to see the studies he's citing for his point here.
But to say, I mean, this does happen to be a topic where there is social science on both sides. I'm not saying that the study that you're citing is invalid. I'm just suggesting that there is a difference in data methods, and I'm suggesting that the single motherhood rates in the West with comprehensive sex education are miles higher than they were in, say, the 1950s when there was not comprehensive sex education. So obviously that has not militated against the amount of unwed pregnancy happening in society. So the idea that the cure-all here is comprehensive sex ed, if you could prove to me, let's put it this way, if you could prove to me that comprehensive sex ed did result in lower levels of abortion, lower levels of unwed pregnancy.
This is, by the way, backed up by literally all of the data. All of the data that doesn't come from a conservative think tank backs up what she said here. All of it. And what he's doing here is trying to save face for conservative viewers. But I think we've identified that he is essentially here admitting defeat.
And that it was values neutral, comprehensive sex ed, in the sense that what it was actually teaching is, here is how to prevent a pregnancy without ending it in abortion, then I actually don't have a huge problem with that. It depends on the age at which you're teaching kids. There are other issues that I have with comprehensive sex ed, including the fact that what is taught is not the simple biology of sex and how to prevent a pregnancy. Comprehensive sex ed simply goes a lot further than that, and I have serious moral problems with that.
You're right. It teaches kids about consent and about how their consent matters when engaging in sexual interactions. But I guess that would be really inconvenient to you and your base, huh, Ben?
It seems like you're just trying to force women into motherhood, not save lives.
And I mean, just to respond briefly to that, I'm confused as to the very language of forcing women into motherhood suggests that in the vast majority of cases in which women get pregnant, they had no part in the...
I know it's not going to happen. I want this guy to interrupt Ben's response here.
The actual pregnancy-making act, which is not true. I've done nothing. When you get, if you or any of your friends get pregnant, that is generally not having anything to do with me per se. So I'm confused as
Bro. What? Yeah, you can tell he's mad because he just said like one of the weirdest fucking things I've ever heard Ben Shapiro say. If you or one of your friends get pregnant, I mean, generally that wouldn't have anything to do with me. So are there circumstances where that would be because of you, Ben? Just out of curiosity here, it seems like you're saying there might be some circumstances where that would happen. It's real sussy, Ben.
to why I would want you to force it.
Can we replay that gem? Which part? Which gem? I'm open to the idea. Just tell me which gem. Yeah, I want to know. Does Ben Shapiro's wife ever watch his performance and like somehow manage to get drier as a result? Okay, this part.
When you get, if you or any of your friends get pregnant, that is generally not having anything to do with me per se. So I'm confused as to why I would want you to force anything.
When he almost said, you can hear him correct himself. He almost said, when you get pregnant, that generally has nothing to do with me. Yeah, like that the entire framing of that response is such a concession, is such a defeat for Ben here. Like I have no idea why he posted this debate on his own page. Yeah, I mean, look at his face. Like, this guy's like got a smirk. He knows that Ben's hurt. He knows that he's bleeding, dog. And like, it's really funny because if it has nothing to do with you, Ben, why are you talking about how we need to control pregnancy? Because you just admitted it isn't your business. Yeah, it's very interesting for libertarian Ben Shapiro. Y'all remember, he does occasionally call himself a libertarian, which is the funniest thing in the world.
Hello. Hi, Ben.
Hi.
That's going to be a really hard one to follow, I think, but I will try. Thank you for a very interesting discussion. My question is about your beliefs on gay marriage, which I believe are informed by your practice as an Orthodox Jew. Is that right?
I will say yes and no. The yes only in the sense that yes, Orthodox Judaism is against gay marriage.
Method,
And yes, I
Yahoo,
also
how
have
you
secular
doing?
reasons for opposing gay marriage. I don't make public policy based on my Judaic beliefs, which is why none of you keep kosher.
I see. Okay. Well, on the stance that you do hold that is informed by your Orthodox Judaism beliefs, why do you think it's justifiable to extend these religious prohibitions on people who don't practice Orthodox Judaism?
So I just said I didn't. So I mean, so I'll start with that. And so there's that. If you want to get,
but that does inform your belief, though. Am I right in saying that?
On a religious side, but not on a secular, moral side. So on a secular moral side, the argument against gay marriage is not even an argument against you living a life that you want to live, or anybody else living a life that they want to live without government subsidy. The question of what publicly subsidized marriage looks like. If you want to go to a pastor right now and do whatever you want to do, that's your prerogative. I don't have any problem with that. What I do have a problem with is when the state, which has to presumably have an interest in the sanctification of a relationship in order for them to sanctify the relationship, the question is, what is the thing that is being sanctified by the state and why? So when I look at marriage, the purpose of marriage for literally all of human history was the bearing and rearing of children. The definition of marriage on a fundamental level sort of shifted culturally in the 1960s into two people who love each other. I agree that under that rubric, gay people count, right? Two men can love each other, two women, obviously. But under the rubric of are all human relationships created equal in terms of their utility to the state and the utility to
Interesting. Another utilitarian argument, huh, Ben? Except that it completely ignores the fact that gay people can bear and raise and rear children as well as straight people. Like these aren't unique to straight people, gay people can also do that.
The state is two parents make baby, baby lives with married mom and dad, then yes, of course, the form of marriage that ought to be subsidized is the form of marriage that produces children. And that's particularly true in a West that is currently reproducing at lower than replacement rates.
Okay. Yes. I suppose I'd ask to that, do you have children? I presume you do have children.
4.
When they grow up and when they leave the home, are you going to seek a divorce having fulfilled the sole purpose of marriage? Or is that...
Fuck, dude. Oh my god, dude. We just saw a murder, guys. Full on. Oh my god.
I'm not asking that sarcastically, I mean it genuinely. I'm not trying to catch you out here.
I mean, I hope not. I hope my wife and I are getting along at that point. But the obvious answer to that is that parenthood does not end when your children leave the home. I mean, I'm still parenting my children.
But the rearing process does.
Well, no. I mean, I assume you're still in touch with your parents.
I am in touch, but they're not raising me.
I know, but they are still very much involved in your life. How they interact with you makes a difference in your life, I would assume. And I think that's true for pretty much everybody who has live parents in the room. The parental relationship didn't end the minute that you left the house, I assume.
No.
So, and that parental relationship will continue up until the point that they die. I mean, this is actually a pretty interesting example that you're using, because it's obviously true that even after kids leave the house, if their parents get divorced, that has a tremendous effect on a child.
I love that in this example where they're talking about a child, they're talking about like a 30-year-old. And the thing is, if your parents get divorced when you're an adult, like, obviously it affects you, but, like, you're also not having to live in their house anymore. You know, like, you're able to go off and do your own thing. You can still be reared by both of them, even if they get a divorce. It's not like you're getting cut off from one and they have to, like, share custody anymore. No, you're an adult. So, like, even his attempt to save face here doesn't really work.
So to pretend that relationship simply ends is not true. The rearing process is lifelong. It is not a moment in time, in other words.
Okay. I disagree with that, but thank you very much.
I appreciate it.
What an absolute Chad.
So my question is on gun control. So the Gun Violence Archive reported 647 mass shootings in the US in 2022 alone. Meanwhile, though tragic, there were only 7 in the UK since 1996. Do you believe the marginal increase in freedom is worth the loss of life?
So the answer, as an American and as a Second Amendment advocate, is yes, but it's not the same for every country. Meaning that in the UK, before the vast gun ban of the 1990s, there were not a lot of guns in circulation in the UK before that. And the number of mass shootings in the UK was similarly low before the mass ban. So the idea that the legislation in the United Kingdom, is what created the low level of gun crime is not true. There were low levels of gun crime well before that. Were you to try to apply that same thing in Texas, say a vast gun ban in Texas, and you were going to try and grab all the guns in Texas, I promise you, you would have an immediate increase in the amount of gun crime, particularly against federal officers coming to get the guns. The entire purpose in the United States obviously being a revolutionary country against our motherland.
Man, it's so interesting that Ben Shapiro inadvertently is cornering himself here after opening and giving a very long speech about the horrors of decolonizing yourself, is now praising the United States for doing exactly the same thing. So interesting.
The United States experiment was built on the idea of the gun being important in resistance to government tyranny, as well as in terms of self-defense. Now, once a huge percentage of the population owns guns, once guns are readily available, the idea that you are going to be able to either full-scale confiscate or remove those guns in any practicable way is not true. That's certainly the case in the United States. And so anytime there's been a serious gun control regime that's been put in place in the United States, and there are many of them. Right? California has pretty serious gun control. Chicago has gun control. DC has gun control. The rates of gun violence have not gone down because the availability of guns remains widespread. Typically, the rule is that people who follow the law tend to follow the law, and criminals tend not to. The widespread availability of guns in the United States is not something that can simply be done away with. Now, as far as sort of the principled argument is that I'm a law-abiding citizen and I should be able to protect myself. That is the principled argument. So in small-scale communities, for example, homeowners associations, there are, in many cases in the United States, gun bans. And I don't have a huge problem with that in the sense that you have a lot of social cohesion, you know all your neighbors, you have a security force that is quickly responsive to you. With that said, in a country of 340 million people that is incredibly diverse and where a huge percentage of the population has access to a gun, the idea of a widespread removal of Second Amendment rights would result in some pretty terrible things.
So do you think there's a value to a cultural shift away from guns then?
Not necessarily. It depends where you are. So the idea that I want to think about it. It's an interesting. It's a really interesting question. And again, I think it's kind of based on circumstance. I'm not sure the entire United States is similar in this way. So I like the idea of being able to protect myself and my family. I think owning a gun in order to do that is a good thing in the United States. I don't know what I would think if I hadn't grown up in a culture that actually values that. So would I see value in moving it away from that? I don't think it's that easy to move the culture away from that. So in terms of waving magic wands, I'm running up against reality.
Yeah, it really does seem that he has no answer for this. Man, so far this has been him getting bodied like nonstop after he was allowed to just talk for like the opening 20 minutes.
Reality. But on an ideological level, it's an interesting question. I'm not sure I have a good answer to it, frankly.
And one quick, smaller question. The UK is slowly phasing out certain types of knives. By phasing out, I mean making illegal to hold. What do you think about that? Because those knives are, there's no reason for a person to carry them as a British citizen. But
I don't know enough about knife policy in the UK. In the United States, we have, tanks, so.
Thank you so much for your time. My question is sort of going back to the topic of Israel and Palestine, and specifically focused on Resolution 242. And just to give a context to the audience, like what Resolution 242 is. So in 1967, the United Nations passed Resolution 242, and this legislation requested that Israelite armed forces retreated from the territories occupied during the recent conflict.
From territories occupied,
yes,
not the territories.
Yes.
It's actually a real distinction in the law.
Yes,
it makes a big difference,
territories,
actually.
yeah, sorry. And it also stressed the importance of resolving the refugee issue justly, and also encouraged the end of the belligerency claims in
Good night,
states.
Griffiths.
However, the resolution did not explicitly state which territories Israel had to withdraw from because of the ambiguities in the language of the English version versus the French version. And this ambiguity kind of is being used as a resolution, by the Israelites to justify its continued occupation of some territories. And furthermore, although the resolution mentioned a just resolution for the refugee issue, it failed to clearly address the right of the Palestinian people to statehood. And from my understanding, that is the reason why a lot of the Arab nations sort of reject that resolution. So my question for you is, if you were in their shoe, if you're a Palestinian, aware that there's impreciseness within the resolution that will potentially put your people in disadvantage, how would you respond to that, and whether you will accept the partisan deal or will you reject it? And before you answer, I'm ready to be destroyed by Ben Shapiro.
So, the answer, if I were a Palestinian citizen, which fortunately I'm not because it's horrible to live under the Palestinian Authority or Islamic Jihad or Hamas, but if I were, I hope that what I would be doing is pressing for a full-scale attempt at a peace deal that would involve a two-state solution. The biggest problem with the two-state solution right now is that one side wishes to exist and the other side wishes it not to, and that's a serious problem. So if that were to alleviate...
Again, the main opponent of a two-state solution is Netanyahu. He's gone on record saying it so many times. So many times, the official position of the state of Israel is against a two-state solution.
There's been heavy movement for decades in Israel for ceding territory, which is why Yasser Arafat was in charge of areas of the West Bank, which is why the Gaza Strip, which was completely ceded to the Palestinians in 2005. Israel removed 8,000 Jews from the Gaza Strip in 2005. They did not have internal military presence in the Gaza Strip, which
Also, folks, just real quick, before we really get into this one. Hi! We've been going for 5 hours tonight. If you're watching over in Twitch chat, please hit the follow button. If you're watching over in YouTube, hit the subscribe button. Hit the like button on the YouTube stream. And please, folks, consider dropping some subs or donos. This content is literally made possible. My commentary, analysis, the spice of the stream, as it were, literally only made possible by viewers like you and your financial support. It means the world to me that you allow me to do this for my job, and thank you very much. If anyone would like to drop subs or donos, I certainly would appreciate them, because that's what allows me to eat food and have shelter and have health care. So, yeah. How we all doing? Just want to take a little look at the room. How y'all doing? Do we got any Oilers? Do we got strong feelings out there? Doing EP? Hell yeah. Super EP. Beep beep boop beep beep beep. Boop 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 boop. Doing fine. Euphoric, but that's common after coming home from queer sex parties. Hell yeah. Based. Full of noodles. Hell yeah. If you drop subs, make sure to give them head pats afterwards. Very good advice. Just got fired. Oh, 10-letter name. I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. We're all here for you, though. Pledge now to receive your Riverboat Jack tote bag. You will not receive a tote bag. Though we do have a merch store. You will receive merch from the merch store. Not if you sub, but just if you buy it off of the merch store. Hey, Anonymous. All right. Moving back to Ben Shapiro.
which is why they didn't actually have any intelligence as to what was going on October 7th. And so the obvious answer would be that if a Palestinian government were to arise, that were trustworthy and credible in its pledges not to actually attack and use their new state as a base for attack, and that would require time and trust, and that would have to be built up over time given the amount of distrust in the region, which would allow for presumably gradually increasing control of borders with, say, Jordan, right? If you're talking about the West Bank, it would also require land swaps. I mean, all these things have been discussed by Israel before. They were proposed in 2008 by Ehud Olmert. Mahmoud Abbas literally got up and walked away from the table without a counteroffer. So when it comes to the practicality of solution, that rests on whether the Palestinians are willing to have a government at any point that would actually make that peace deal. And it was interesting. I was at Oxford last night, the other university. I was there last night, and student after student got up and asked about this, and then I asked them a simple question. They kept talking about occupied Palestine. I said, what do you mean by occupied Palestine? And invariably to a man or woman, each one of them said, everything. Like from the river all the way to the sea, that's occupied. Well, you can't make peace on that basis,
of course,
obviously. So, as far as whether Israel's been willing to do it, yes, Israel will be willing to do that. But again, that's going to take time and it's going to take credibility. That's what Oslo was supposed to do, and it never even came remotely close to achieving that credibility, largely because Yasser Arafat is one of the worst people who has ever lived and an arch terrorist.
So what would be like sort of your solution to that? What would you propose if you're the one that's mitigating the deal between Israel and Palestine?
I mean, right now there's no deal to be actually mediated between
just
the two
in the
parties.
hypothetical scenario.
In the magical hypothetical deal, it would end up looking like the Palestinian areas that are currently governed by that are currently largely Palestinian would end up under Palestinian control. It would look like land swaps, probably, where the Israeli areas outside the Green Line, like Efrat, which has 30,000 citizens living out there, that was not going to end up in Palestinian control. You're going to have a land swap somewhere else. I mean, that's everybody sort of acknowledges that is the way that it would go. Even even Likud, which started off anti-Oslo, once that was the reality on the ground, started to embrace a lot of the language of the two-state solution. So, again, I think that everyone in the West is trying to jump to the solution without recognizing the failure of the premise. If you have two parties who are willing to make a deal is available. And if you only have one party who's willing to make a deal is not available. Right now, only one party is willing to make a deal. The other party has shown itself repeatedly, literally for all of Israeli history, unwilling to make a deal. There's not been a single deal accepted by the Palestinian Arabs or by their predecessors. When I say their predecessors, I mean the Arabs who were in Palestine, didn't consider themselves nationally Palestinian at the time, people who were Syrian, people who were Turkish. The Peel Commission in 1937 recommended a significantly smaller state of Israel. The Jews accepted it. The Arabs rejected it. This has happened over and over and over. 37, 48, happened again in 2000, happened again in 2008, like over and over and over and over. So, again, it all comes back to the same point. Once there's a peace partner, you can talk. Until there's a peace partner, there's no talks.
Thank you so much. I feel being destroyed, but thank you.
And the thing is, like, Ben Shapiro is correct insofar as, like, well, and you know, if until both parties are ready to accept peace, like, there can't be any peace. That's true. Like, as far as that goes, that's true. But he has the belligerent parties, maybe not mixed up, but like the main roadblock to peace right now is not Hamas.
Thanks. I'll start by quoting one of your videos. You say, I know it's, by the way, my question is on climate change.
Okay.
You say...
Thank you for allowing me to prepare myself.
So you're saying, I know it's hot outside. You know what I can do about it? Zero things. Thank God we have this thing called air conditioning. It's awesome. You know, it's a great cure when it's super duper hot being in a first world country. So I agree that as an individual, you actually have no power to mitigate global capitalism-induced ecological breakdown. Therefore, I'm curious about your views on structural government policies such as net zero strategies, especially having in mind that this year we saw devastating wildfires in North America and Australia, which is the first world, and that also sadly burned the houses with the said air conditioning.
So when it comes to wildfires, first of all, a lot of controversy as to whether the extent of wildfires, which actually have not become more common over time, whether the extent of the damage of wildfires is driven...
Citation needed.
...by climate change, or whether it's driven also by bad forest...
Sorry, just real quick. Just real quick. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Since 1983, the National Interagency Fire Center has documented an average of approximately 70,000 wildfires per year. Compiled data from the Forest Service suggests the actual total may have been higher in the first few years of nationwide data collection that can be compared. The data do not show an obvious trend during this time. Well, I wonder why not. I wonder why not. Could it be that perhaps this is not a long enough time span for us to see the effects of climate change? I'm so tired. God. The extent of area burned by wildfires each year appears to have increased since the 1980s. According to the National Interagency Fire Center data, of the 10 years with the largest acreage burned, all have occurred since 2004, including the peak year of 2015. It's almost like everything getting hotter means that even if you have the same number of fires, it burns more stuff. That's crazy. Who could have predicted that?
Tree policy has been a major issue in the state of California. It was a major issue in Montana, where they had a major wildfire in the United States as well. When it comes to net zero policies, my big problem with net zero policies is that they are impracticable. This is my big problem. China is not signing on. India is not signing on. They're the two greatest polluters on planet Earth. For all the talk about the evils of global capitalism, it turns out that the giant communist state is the biggest polluter on Earth. China, by a large margin. It is not close. Okay, when it comes to other countries that are not first world countries, they have very little interest in whether or not they are emitting carbon, given the fact that many people are so poor they are burning dung for fuel. And it turns out that when you are attempting to survive past the age of 40, it's much higher priority for you to be able to survive using the resources at your disposal, including the single most effective and efficient source of energy on the planet, carbon-based fossil fuels. That is more important to you than whether it's going to warm incrementally over the course of the next 100 years. What human beings are good at and what human beings are bad at are two separate categories. Human beings are very, very bad at mitigation, and we are very, very good at adaptation. So we stink when it comes to, if you guys...
You're right. So we should just not do shit. We'll adapt. It'll be fine. Let's experience a new mass extinction. It'll be fun. It'll be fine. We'll be okay.
If we save a penny today, we'll save a pound tomorrow. Human beings suck at this. We're really bad at it, which is why everybody in Europe, everybody in America, 10 years from now, we're all going to be doing austerity because we're going to be forced into it because everybody's bad at this logic. But what human beings are very good at is adaptation, which is why human beings migrate, which is why human beings build new inventions and innovate. So if I'm going to invest resources, the things I'm going to invest resources in are going to be not telling everybody they have to drive their car less, which is likely to be wildly unsuccessful. What I'm going to instead invest my money in building better levees in New Orleans. So when the hurricane does hit, the entire town doesn't get flooded. Right? Building better infrastructure, mitigating the damage is where the money actually should be going and is going to be a lot more practical in both the near and the long term than attempting to, tell everybody that they're to turn their air conditioner to 75 or tell everybody that they can't drive their car as much. Meanwhile, half the globe is not on board with any of that, right? Half the globe doesn't care about that, and they're not going to care about that until, ironically, they reach first.
Fun fact, China is currently building the world's largest solar power plant, capable of supplying the entire country of India's power generation needs. But sure, Ben.
First world standards via the power of capitalism. So my big problem with the climate change argument is not whether it's happening. I'm fully willing to accept anthropogenic climate change as a reality. My big problem is that the solutions that are being proposed for that are not in any way serious or practical. The only way that human beings have ever gotten out of problems of this sort is through innovation. And the real litmus test is who is willing to humor nuclear power. Right? That's the real litmus test. Many of the same...
You know, the thing you are opposing right now is the innovation, Ben. That's what you are currently opposing right now in this conversation.
People who are trying to push against mitigating factors on climate change are also pushing against nuclear power, which seems to me totally crazy.
Thanks. A couple of fact-checking things. I actually graduated this year and now work as a climate economist. I did my dissertation on climate disasters.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
So actually, there are multiple studies saying that wildfires and other climate disasters are caused by climate change. And
She was hiding her power level, chat. She just dropped the weighted clothing. Just went whoop. Oh my god. Rock Lee in here about to body a bitch.
And their increase are definitely caused by climate change. Also, China emits much less CO2 per capita than US or Germany.
Per capita.
Oh yeah, but that still kind of matters.
Well, no, what actually matters is the amount of...
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. How did he post this? Why I thought this was gonna be like him dunking on like college kids who didn't know any better. But this is like they literally came. This is like the scene in the mobster movie where like, you know, they sit down for a nice Italian meal, and then like midway through the conversation, like the signal is given, and then just every other patron in the establishment turns and just starts blasting. That's what's happening here.
Carbon that's going in the air. That's what actually matters.
Yeah, but then like who to blame when we are answering the question who to blame for CO2 emissions?
America's carbon emissions have been going like this, and China's carbon emissions are going like this. So if I'm focusing on who is to blame, I'm probably going to try to focus on the people who are going like this, not the people who are going like this.
Sure, go ahead. Just the last question, then, if I'm
sure,
going to answer.
Weirdo.
So your solution to climate change is adaptation, so more technologies, which is great. My question is, when it comes to actually developing countries that are bearing most of the cost of climate disasters and climate change, and they do not obviously have the money to implement all of those high-costing technologies that the developed world can, what would be a solution for them?
I mean, the solution for them presumably would be in terms of mitigating against climate change, the building seawalls for them too. I mean, if we can give our foreign aid to corrupt.
Oh, poor Ben Shapiro. You can tell he's not doing okay in this debate, and he's also suffering from PTSD flashbacks to when he said to an entire college, university classroom that if they needed to, they could sell their houses after the sea levels rise and those houses had been flooded. Just sell them and move, he said to them. And ever since then, he's been haunted by this.
Foreign governments to embezzle, then we can certainly attempt to build some seawalls in low-lying coastal areas of third world countries. That seems like if you're going to give foreign aid, that seems like not a terrible place to give the foreign aid. But as far, I do reject the generalized argument that the first world owes it to the third world because of climate change, because the first world is the first world and the third world is the third world. I just fundamentally reject the idea that capitalism has been a process of exploitation of the third world and enrichment of the first world, when literally half the world's global poor disappeared because they are not global poor anymore by UN standards over the course of the last 50 years, thanks entirely to the magic of capitalism. So you can't take the benefits and then reject the downsides. I don't think it works that way.
Yeah, it's really rich for him to talk about, you know, he can't imagine a magic wand, and yet he literally is talking about the magic of capitalism. Come on, dude. Also, 1 second. I need to battle this microphone. Back. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Okay, let's see the rest of this, huh? Also, keep considering dropping those subs and donos, because I would certainly appreciate them.
All right, thank you, and free Palestine.
Base.
Which part?
Really? Dude, that was like, that was actually an unhinged look. Just look at his face, dude. He's so mad. Really?
It's a serious question. What is it?
I'm not going to comment on that.
I mean, I saw you say from the river to the sea, so you can just say it out loud.
Yeah, from river to the sea.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, I appreciate the idea that the Jewish state should be wiped completely off the map with the concomitant loss of life. But we're worried about climate change and the humanitarian aspects of climate change over the course of the next 100 years. Sure. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Oscar. So we're moving back to the floor now. Is there anyone on the floor who would like to ask Ben a question, and we'll get you a mic? I see a lot of hands. I think we'll head over here first. Can we get a mic over there? Yeah. Quiet, please. Can we have a question from over here?
Thank you for coming, Ben. I was hoping to ask you about fiscal policy. I know you spoke before about the idea of government intervention and incentives. I was wondering if you could speak to the idea of austerity, which I know you referenced briefly before. Here in the UK, we've had austerity since 2010. We've seen... Oh, thank you. Sorry. Here in the UK, we've seen significant austerity since 2010. We've seen stagnating growth, increasing child poverty, increasing adult poverty. For the first time since, I think, World War II, we've seen an increase in the child mortality rate. We've also seen quite similar phenomena during the Great Depression years. Here in the UK between 1929 and 1939. I was wondering if you could speak to the idea that you think that's not as a result of austerity, and why you disagree, why you think that austerity policies will produce more benefit than fiscal spending.
So in the short term, austerity policies do hurt, obviously. I mean, when people get dependent on the government spends oodles and oodles of money, and then the money disappears, the incentive structures change, and that creates an enormous amount of suffering in the short term, which is why you should try to take care of these problems before you reach austerity in the first place. The idea of debt...
But what we've seen is that the austerity never goes away, Ben. Once you adopt the austerity policies, austerity continues and deepens over time. Because the austerity is actually a handout to the wealthiest corporations in the country. They hand out to private companies. And they are going to continuously demand more and more and more. And where are you going to get that? You're going to get it not by taxing those companies. You're going to get it from cutting social programs, taxing working people more. It's not rocket science.
Led growth cannot be sustainable forever is sort of the argument. That eventually you have to pay the bill. And when the bill does have to get paid, you only have a few choices. One is to radically increase taxes, which leads to business stagnation, much of the stagnation that you're talking about. Now you have just a series of really, really bad options. Right? So I'm not recommending austerity in terms of, preemptive austerity. I'm recommending restructuring these things in ways that actually are sustainable. Now, I'm also not a big believer that the government is doing the right thing in injecting itself into every area of the economy and creating replacement level economies rooted in government, because again, that can only be based on somebody else's money. So my general objection to national economic policy is that you're substituting giant swaths of the market and putting it in the hands of bureaucrats who tend to know much less about what you want on an individual level from your healthcare or from anything else than you do, and who have an incentive structure that is loaded toward inertia and not toward change and competitiveness and innovation. So again, I'm not going to deny that austerity results in suffering. Of course austerity results in suffering. The question is how you avoid the austerity in the first place. And the answer to that is you don't get in bed with the government if you don't expect to get screwed.
I feel like that was a complete non-answer.
Super, thank you. Let's go over that side. Can we get a microphone to that hand? That one, just sort of... I can't really see the person. Yeah, there we go. Perfect.
Thank you for coming, Ben. I have a question on gun control. You raised two main points. Firstly, that it's impractical and ineffective to take guns away from a society like the US, which already has guns. And secondly, that you have an ideological belief in the right to bear arms. Does the second point fully justify a lack of gun control? And to give an example, would you recommend that the UK adopt the Second Amendment in order to satisfy the right to bear arms? Or would you think that once you rid a society of guns, that it's good to keep it that way?
So I think it depends on the threat level to the society and the level of societal fragmentation. So I think that the answer is that I do believe ideologically in the right to bear arms to protect yourself. However, I think that the right to bear arms does not include owning nuclear weapons, for example. Right? So in my situation, I also believe that threat levels are different to different populations. And so it depends who you are in society. It depends how well the society can protect you. And it depends on the possibility of a government going truly tyrannical and violating your core rights. And so that's not going to be the same between every society. So, I'm hesitant always to speak on foreign countries because I know way less about them. I know way less about Britain, as I've said, than virtually anybody in the room. But when it comes to the idea, if you have a functional system, I'm very hesitant to tamper with functional systems as a general rule.
And do you believe the UK is a functional system in terms of gun control?
I mean, I think that the UK is. I would have to look at the murder rates, and I would have to look at where the crime is located. And
They're
I have
much
to
lower
look
than
at
the US.
I mean, I'm going to beg off for lack of data. I mean, before I start making policy recommendations in the UK and running for parliament, I feel like I should know a little bit more about your country. I can't even spell correctly here.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, super. Over on this side, the hand in the corner over there, please.
Thanks, Ben. I'd just like to ask a question about the internet and how we debate. I'm wondering what you think about this sort of internet bubbling thing where people get views that are regurgitated that agree with them. And whether that feeds into the way we debate, where we debate with slogans. You know, Brexit means Brexit, we've had enough of experts, to choose a right-wing example, because I think that's more amenable to the audience, as opposed to actually engaging with the substance of what people believe. And whether that feeds into the cancel culture that we're seeing in our society, that it's almost, if you like, an emotional response to not being able to support what you believe because it's being reinforced by you just seeing the same thing.
Well, I mean, certainly the internet has made us more atomized. The promise of the internet, which is that we would all be more interconnected, was only true in the sense that we're more pissed off at each other. But the idea that
it's so interesting to me that Ben Shapiro knows and uses the phrase atomized, but can't connect that with its with its usual implications in capitalism. It's very strange to me.
Internet has been a great unifying body, and I'm speaking as someone who's made a lot of money off the internet. The internet has been just an unalloyed good in terms of the political discourse is obviously untrue. The echo chambers that have emerged are really a problem. It's why I make a habit. I mean, I have people on my show on a fairly regular basis who disagree with me. I try to have conversations with people who disagree with me. Actually, Alex and I just had a conversation today in which we completely disagreed on everything religion related, and it was a lot of fun. It was really enjoyable. So, you know, I agree with you that the current online, but I will say there is a subsection of the internet that is quite good. Right, there is a subsection of the internet where people actually are having these long-form conversations, and they're becoming increasingly popular. I think that, you know, a lot of the formats are not conducive to this. TikTok obviously not conducive to it. Snapchat not conducive. Like anything that's like a minute or less is not going to be conducive to that sort of thing. But long-form audio is actually having a moment right now, and I think that is quite a good thing. So I want to, you know, talk about the benefits as well as the drawbacks. But yes, the sort of algorithmic siloing is incredibly dangerous and leads people to believe that their arguments are convincing when they are not, and leads them to believe that they don't have to examine the other side of the argument because everybody else is just a dumbass, because that's what people on the internet say.
Man, it's crazy that you would say that, given your organization is literally funded by billionaire propagandists, to be billionaires to be a propaganda outlet. That's crazy.
Thanks, Ben.
And can we go the lady with the hand up just here, please?
Thanks for speaking. This is a political question, mostly about America, but also the West in general. Do you think, because of the rise of extremes in political views, almost what do you think will happen to a lot of Western political systems? Like, will they collapse, or will they have to drastically alter themselves to kind of maintain order?
So I think that what we're actually seeing is a fragmentation of the body politic over viewpoint, and that's resulting in a lot of polarization, especially because the top-level governments do have so much power. So in the United States, which, again, I'm going to speak about the U.S. because that's what I know best. In the United States, the federal government simply has too much power, which means that everybody's incredibly invested in federal politics in a way they're not invested in the stuff they should be invested in, which is actually local politics, like how their actual local community is governed. So if you believe that the federal government is going to step in and is going to simply squash you, then it becomes a matter of life and death who the president of the United States is, when for much of American history, no one actually cared all that much who the president of the United States was, and didn't seem to make a huge level of difference. In fact, huge.
Yeah, no one cared about who the president was. That's why they restricted voting to only white men with land. No one cared about it.
Swaths of the 19th century were precisely that. The maximization of the power at the top level is a real problem. And this is something that Montesquieu was talking about hundreds of years ago. I mean, the idea of devolution of authority to the lowest available level so that you can have more homogenous communities deciding for themselves how they wish to live and let their neighbors live as they wish to live. And then the amount of authority delegated reducing as you move up the chain. I think that's the good way out of this. The bad way out of this is violence, fracturing, mass riots in the streets, people reacting very strongly to that by electing ever more polarized governments in order to hit the enemy. And I think that's incredibly dangerous. So I'm a big fan of federalism in the United States, and I think there needs to be more of it pretty much everywhere. Localism and federalism are an answer to a lot of these questions.
And do you think that riots and stuff are inevitable?
Again, I think that when people feel as though they have lost control of a situation, they tend to riot. And I think that's also, again, fomented by the internet culture that does favor the most extreme expressions of viewpoints. I wouldn't even say the most extreme viewpoints, because I'm not sure that's even true. It's the most extreme expressions of the viewpoints. And the most extreme expression of any viewpoint is going to be violence.
Cool. Thank you.
Interesting that he has this opinion on rioting and violence, but doesn't seem to be able to connect those ideas to any other situations he might have talked about this evening. It's crazy. It's so weird.
Can we go front and middle here, please?
Echoplex Media, thank you
Hiya.
very much for the raid.
I
Welcome,
wanted to
Raiders.
ask about gay marriage, which I didn't think we properly duked out earlier. You may disagree, but I felt your argument for the secular side of opposing gay marriage was that you feel the state sort of advantages marriage because it's a useful thing for society. I find that very odd, because I don't feel that that's why we have rights and freedoms in society. If we're being utilitarian in the US, you know, a lot of our rights make governance harder. So thinking of the First Amendment, that makes societal harmony a lot harder. The Second Amendment makes saving lives a lot harder. Shouldn't secular debate on gay marriage be focused mostly on the pursuit of happiness over what's useful?
So again, I'm going to hone in on the definition of rights in what you're saying. So
that's a very
when I
interesting
say
point.
right to gay marriage, as I expressed earlier, I think that you have a right to go down to your local church and have anybody sign any document that you want. What you're actually talking about is a government benefit. When the government says that it sanctifies a marriage, that comes along with certain legal procedures. Otherwise, I don't think the government should be in the business at all. Let me make that clear. If it's just about getting a government piece of paper that says magically your marriage is now sanctified by a bunch of politicians, I don't give a shit about that at all. It makes no difference to me. I have two marriage documents in my possession. One is my religious marriage document, which I actually care about, and then I have the secular marriage document, which I don't even remember the date of and is buried somewhere in the garage. I don't care about it at all because I don't rely on
The secular one is probably the same day, Ben. It's probably the same day as the non-secular one.
the state to sanctify my personal relationships. And frankly, I think if you do rely on the state to sanctify your personal relationships, you need better relationships and you need better institutions. Again, politicians and bureaucrats giving you a piece of paper should not make you feel better about your relationship. The whole purpose of the debate over gay marriage should have been over whether certain forms of marriage are beneficial to the state or not, because it's about the benefits that accrue. I think that it actually morphed into something else because there was an attempt, I think, by some people.
But the question that was initially asked here, Ben, is there are certain rights granted by the state that do not benefit the state. Marriage certainly could be one of those, right? The questioner was asking about how, was asking a different question that you're just not asking, or you're just not answering.
To suggest that because the state hits a stamp on a piece of paper, this grants quote unquote moral credibility to the thing. I'm not in favor of the state being the arbiter of moral credibility on personal relationships in general. I don't think that that's the state's business. I do think that it's the state's business to incentivize or disincentivize particular types of behavior. And in this case, I don't think it's the state's business to disincentivize particular types of sexual relationship. But I do think that it's very much in the state's interest to incentivize particular types of familial relationships.
But again, it's not in the state's interest, for example, to allow citizens to have guns. In Ben Shapiro's conception of like a widespread citizen uprising, it does not serve the state to have this well-armed population, right? Like, clearly the state would have a better time, an easier time, again, according to his arguments, if the population was unarmed, have an easier time governing. So clearly some rights do not benefit the state, and yet are still rights. I feel like he did not answer that question at all.
Okay, I think we have time for one more question, and we'll go back corner over there, please.
My question is going to be about the Israel-Palestine issue, and let it be known that I'm not a big from the river to the sea kind of person. My question is about your claim about Israel always having its doors open to peace for a two-state solution, and I just don't think
he's about to call out the bullshit. I can feel it coming.
This narrative is true. I don't think that any Israeli prime minister since Yitzhak Rabin has really had their doors open for peace. And Yitzhak Rabin, the most open for peace Israeli prime minister of all time, was shot by an Israeli extremist who was motivated by Jewish fundamentalism, which as a Jew I find really appalling that that was the closest we've ever got to peace, and it was our very own religious fundamentalists that stopped that from happening. I don't think that Israel does currently have its doors open for peace. Benjamin Netanyahu has made his voice opposed to the two-state solution very often. Israel is under the control of a minority settler population who are not willing to give up on the land of Judea and Samaria, which is land that needs to be given up in order to achieve peace. So I just don't think this is true. And yes, I don't think Hamas has its doors open for peace either. But this does not change the fact that Israel is culpable for also this current situation in which it is not willing to negotiate because it views the entire land as its own. Look at the nation-state law. The Judea, Samaria, Golan, everything, it's all meant to be exclusive Jewish sovereignty.
Okay, so let's talk about the history for a second. To suggest that the last Israeli prime minister who's in favor of peace was Yitzhak Rabin, I'm sorry, but it's just historically inaccurate. Shimon Peres, who was Yitzhak Rabin's partner in the peace plan, was prime minister. Ehud Barak, who is so far to the left that he makes Yitzhak Rabin look like a piker, was the prime minister and offered a peace deal in 2000. Ehud Olmert offered an incredibly generous peace deal, much...
Again, if the deals being presented are poison pills, if they are deliberately, like, have portions of them that the people giving the peace deal know their adversaries won't accept, they're not peace deals. And that is, to my understanding, the issue with all of the peace deals he's listing here.
Much greater even than the 2000 peace deal rejected by Arafat to Mahmoud Abbas. So that's just historically inaccurate. The idea that Yitzhak Rabin was simply willing, even at the time, this is not even what the Oslo Accords say. The Oslo Accords really kind of embody some of the things that I was saying about a gradualistic process of surrender of some parts of the land, which is why you still have areas A, B, and C. When it comes to the idea that Israel as a whole is somehow culpable for a terrorist group that calls for its extermination, running into its center and murdering 1,500 Jews.
Again, I wonder if the asker is going to point out that Likud has the same principles in its guiding documents since the 70s. I wonder.
Is deeply immoral. That's deeply immoral. You're not talking about people who are arguing in favor of some sort of land for peace settlement. The people who ran in are arguing for the extirpation of every Jew from the region. Every Jew. And as far as the idea that Israel is somehow ethnically intolerant as opposed to its neighbors, that's untrue as well. Israel is 20% Arab. Gaza has 0 Jews, 0.
And there are a different set of laws that apply to the Arabs within Israel than the Jewish people in Israel. They have a Jim Crow state. I don't think this proves the point that Ben Shapiro is hoping it does.
The Palestinian Authority has 0 Jews living under its authority, nor could they be trusted to have Jews living under their authority, given the fact that when Jews accidentally drive into Ramallah, they're in danger of being lynched, which is certainly not true of the tens of thousands of Palestinians who every single day are given work permits into Israel, including, by the way, people from the Gaza Strip who had work permits into Israel, some of whom then went back and gave information to Hamas on these specific...
It's so common for settlers to enact violence against Palestinians in the West Bank that literally the wedding of hate came about when settlers set fire to Palestinian homes. I know I hate to continually bring this up, but Israeli settlers literally burned a 1-year-old baby alive. And then afterwards had a wedding where they gloated about it and stabbed images of the baby. And currently one of the people sitting on their National War Council, one of the 5 people dictating the course of this war, was at that wedding and defended the actions of people who were there. He's also a convicted terrorist. Itamar Ben-Gvir.
Specific locations and number of people in each house in these various moshavim, those are the villages, in the Gaza envelope. So to suggest that it's Bibi Netanyahu's fault that Hamas murdered 1,500 people, again, ignoring the fact that Hamas has been firing rockets on Israel continuously for about a 17-year period at this point, spanning governments of both.
Real Radham, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. How y'all doing? Hope you had a good time with the best mustache on Twitch. Thanks for coming in. We're just covering the end of this debate gauntlet that Ben Shapiro participated in at Oxford, University of Cambridge. And for some reason, he put this up on his YouTube channel in full, and he just gets bodied for like basically 40, 50 minutes straight. It's wild.
Both the left and the right. Bibi Netanyahu wasn't even prime minister a year and a half ago. It was Yair Lapid, who was very much to the left. So to make...
Yair Lapid is not a leftist. He's not to the left. Oh my God. It's maybe like about as left as you get in the Israeli government, but it's not left by any stretch of the imagination. We had a lovely stream, covered David Icke on InfoWars with a surprise appearance of totally not Elon Musk. Also, folks, go follow Real Radham over on Twitch. An excellent content creator. And again, best mustache in the biz.
Make the argument that somehow Israel has a responsibility to make a quote-unquote two-state solution with the current partners is totally crazy. Who's the partner?
Yeah. It turns out you need to make peace with people who are not your allies. That's crazy. Yeah. It turns out you don't make peace with your friends, you make peace with your enemies. And the only peace deal that will work in this circumstance is a two-state solution, and yet it's very interesting that Ben Shapiro talks about how the doors are open, but how could we ever possibly have a peace deal with them? You know, like it's very interesting there. Yeah, Ben Shapiro added wanted everyone to know that this was a very heated debate gauntlet.
It would be one thing to argue if there was a liberal-minded partner that actually sought peace. But what you're talking about...
It'd be one thing if you were talking with a friend that you didn't need to make peace with already. That you make peace with enemies, Ben. I don't know what to tell you.
Is a Palestinian the most liberal partner that is there is the Palestinian Authority, which right now, today, is paying Hamas terrorists a stipend for having killed Jews. Those are not people you can make a peace deal with.
I mean, I understand that Hamas...
Is that true? I would like to see this. What is this? I think this is it. Palestinian Authority Martyrs Fund. 2 funds operated by the Palestinian Authority. The Foundation for the Care of the Families of Martyrs pays monthly cash stipends to the families of Palestinians killed, injured, or imprisoned while carrying out violence against Israel. Prisoners Fund makes disbursements to Palestinians imprisoned in Israeli jails. In 2016, the Palestinian Authority paid out about $303 million in stipends and other benefits. Critics often call the fund pay for slay and blame the payments for encouraging terrorism. In 2007, the World Bank argued that the fund did not seem justified from a welfare or fiscal perspective. By 2014, mounting criticism of the payments led the Palestinian Authority transferring management of the Martyrs Fund to the Palestinian Detainees and Ex-State Detainees Affairs Commission of the Palestine Liberation Organization, PLO, which now disperses the government funding to recipients and their families. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, this seems not great. This seems really, really not great. Hamas has operated a separate fund for years, predating the one predating before its takeover of the Gaza Strip. Interesting. Yeah, I also don't think this seems pretty bad. This seems pretty not great. I think like if this fund were going specifically to like the families of people killed by Israel, I think that would be fine. But this seems like it's specifically for people who died or were injured engaging in aggressive action, which is not great. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, if nothing else, it looks really fucking bad when you're like, oh, yeah, the Palestinian Authority paid $1 million to the families of suicide bombers. Like, that's just not... That's a bad look. That's a bad look. Probably should stop that. What are the IDF being paid to do, though? True. We should also defund the IDF. I agree. Defund both. Both bad. Not equally bad. IDF worse. Both bad, though.
Hamas is not a group you can make peace with, but I do think that Israel has made a concerted effort to destroy every group it could possibly make peace deal with. In 2019, Netanyahu said that the best way to stop Palestinian statehood, which is his aim, was to fund and empower Hamas in order to further the divide between Gaza and West Bank. This is what he believed should be done in order to prevent Palestinian statehood. And second, when you talk about Ehud Barak, as being a leader who was very willing to open a peace deal, I think that the reason why the 2000 peace deal failed was because ultimately Israel was not willing to give up control.
I mean, these are all young university students at Oxford, so yeah, they're basically a child.
Over the Temple Mount, which is for Muslims the Alaska compound, which is something as a secular Jew I think should have been given up in order for peace, but I can understand that religious people might struggle with that. But at the same time, I think that Arafat was under a condition where he could not have given up permanently sovereignty over Alaska compound because he would have had a fatwa against him.
Okay, so your argument is actually my argument, which is that Arafat could not have accepted a peace deal offered to him because his own people would have murdered him for having made any sort of peace deal, which, by the way, I agree with. I think that's true.
Not any sort of peace deal, a peace deal that gave up the Temple Mount. And
yeah, no, again, this is what I'm talking about, the poison pill in these deals.
Okay, so the idea that, first of all, we should point out that having been on the Temple Mount multiple times,
I've tried. I dressed up as a Muslim to try and get onto the Temple Mount.
Well, yeah,
there's a picture of that happening.
By the way, you don't. So, if you'd like the hookup, I can make it happen. It's not difficult. All you have to do is walk up a particular tunnel, and you can go out onto the Temple Mount. Anyone can, but only Muslims can pray there. Only Muslims can pray on the Temple Mount. That is the
I
current
went on the
law.
wrong day. It wasn't open to foreigners that day.
I mean,
I don't care what they're talking about. One second. Yeah, I mean, like, again, the expectation of like, yeah, you know, this guy will deal with us honestly. I'm proud I blocked a Palestinian state. Looking at Gaza, everyone sees what would have happened. And he's specifically shit-talking the Oslo Accords. You and your journalist friends have been blaming me for almost 30 years for putting the brakes on the Oslo Accords and preventing the Palestinian state. That's true, he says. I'm proud that I prevented the establishment of a Palestinian state because today everybody understands what the Palestine state could have been. Now that we've seen the little Palestinian state in Gaza. Everyone understands what would have happened if we had capitulated to international pressures and established a state like that in Judea and Samaria, surrounding Jerusalem and the outskirts of Tel Aviv. He literally acknowledges his role in the past 30 years of blocking a two-state solution. He has literally blocked it since the Oslo Accords. Or at least shortly after the Oslo Accords. He's been trying to undo those for 3 decades.
But I tried
I'm
anyway.
just telling you, it is a fact of the matter. I've seen people arrested for attempting to pray, to open a prayer book that is in Hebrew on the Temple Mount. Only Muslims can pray on the Temple Mount. The Islamic Waqf is in technical control of the Temple Mount. So to put aside the politics of the Temple Mount for a second, once again, the argument that I'm making is that there is no party on the other side. Please name the party on the other side with which the Israelis should currently negotiate.
Not currently, because as I've said,
so then
Israel
agree.
has tried. Israel has assassinated leading Arab academics, leading Palestinian academics. During the Nakba in 1948, Israel kept largely rural areas in the Galilee intact, but they went after urban areas where there were Palestinian academics. There's been a concerted effort to make sure that I think...
You're saying the war strategy of the Israelis in 1948 was to go after Palestinian academics?
Not academics. They went
plan?
after urban Palestinian life.
It turns out
specifically.
that wars typically take place in heavily urbanized areas and not in open fields.
I mean, it was a largely rural area at the time, so I don't think that's right either. So,
well, I mean, that happens to be right. The biggest battles around the 1948
you can have your
War of
microphone back.
Independence.
Thank you.
The Battle of Latrun, which is a battle between Tel Aviv and Jerusalem to open the road to Jerusalem. There were hotly fought battles in the streets of Safed, Tzfat. So I mean,
Al-Aqsa Mosque is the third holiest place in Islam, built on top of the location of the first and second temples, which are, despite no longer existing, the first holiest place in Judaism. Jews aren't allowed to pray up there according to the agreement, but technically shouldn't be physically going up there in the first place due to uncertainty about location of the Kodesh HaKodashim, which is a whole other thing I can blab about on Discord if there's interest. I'd love to have you on sometime to explain some of these things to me, BB.
I mean, there are battles in every populated area of the region, clearly, because it was a war for the establishment of the State of Israel. So,
80%.
Well, they were also massacring villages and displaced millions of people.
The Palestinian population was depopulated, which is unusual in a wartime situation.
First of all, not particularly unusual considering that the Allies, including this country, promptly after World War II depopulated Poland to the sound of 2 million Germans depopulated from Poland back into Germany, repatriated back into Germany that nobody ever talks about. Nobody's talking today about the fact that right now...
I'm not a big fan of Stalin. Okay, I think we need to wrap up there.
Dude. That last gut punch, dog. Don't tell me he's all right. Oh my god. Ben has been bodied this entire time. Did you guys catch that?
Germany, repatriated back into Germany that nobody ever talks about. Nobody's talking today about the fact that right now...
I'm not a big fan of Stalin.
Okay, I think
I'm talking about it. I'm not a big fan of Stalin. Which Ben
need to wrap up there.
Ben then like nervously laughs and goes for the water. Dude. Oh. Because basically he's comparing what the mass expulsion of Palestinians to the horrible crimes of Stalin, and Ben has no answer for that. He has none. He just got sucker punched right in the gut, and he's got no response. I honestly can't believe he put up this entire video. This is crazy to me. It makes him look so bad.
Thank you very much, Ben, for being here tonight. And can we have one last round of applause for all the contributors tonight, the questions, and to Ben.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Damn. I'm glad we took the time to do that, even though it's like a 3-month-old like thing. That was great. I enjoyed that a lot. My God. Folks, we've now been going for about 6 hours on a weekend. And if you've been enjoying the show, please hit the follow button over on Twitch. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit the like button on the YouTube stream. And consider dropping some subs or donos, because I rely on those to be able to live and continue making more content like this. I love doing debate review content. It's very, very fun. Collab history stream. I would love to have B on sometime to just like educate me about the Middle East and specifically like Israeli history. I know enough to be functional in this space and to talk about it, but I know that B's knowledge is superior to mine. Let's see. How you doing, Twiggle Downtown? Also, Vile, thanks for coming through in chat. Benui Prime, look at the creep laugh when he references Israel's assassinations, right? I was actually expecting him to elaborate and like try and deny them, but he just laughed about it, which is honestly like pretty demonic. I'm super shy and hate my own voice, but yeah, one of these days I'd love to. Well, no pressure. Whenever you're ready or up for it, okay? Also, hello, Purple Stardust. Oh, folks. Let's see. I think we have to end stream now. I'm very tired. It's, again, I had a full day before this. Maybe tomorrow, if I do stream, we'll do like a relaxing Death Stranding stream, huh? Vile, absolutely, for sure. Good night, everybody. Let's see. Let's raid into Caroline Kwan. I always love Caroline streams.
God, don't even tell me. Don't.
Yeah. Gonna send y'all over there. You have a good one. Give her my love, and I'll see you all on another time. Bye. Beep boop boop boop.